Chapter 1988. The main gate of the Castellan's residence opened, and everyone walked out. The Castellan's residence was located in the center of Sleeping Dragon City and was surrounded by bustling streets. Nearly 2,000 people walked out in green robes with solemn expressions. They had an awe-inspiring aura that prevented people from getting close. They walked along the main street in the center, and the originally bustling street immediately fell silent. People moved to the sides to make way for them, their eyes shining with respect and envy as they watched the white, dew-hulled disciples calmly walk forward on the bluestone street. Song Qingji walked to the front, with Chu Li beside him and the two vice clan leaders at the back. A group of nearly 2,000 people walked silently. They were calm and solemn and steady. Coupled with their extraordinary auras, they could not help but give the people around them a sense of security. With such elite masters, Sleeping Dragon City would not fall. Chu Li did not speak and only felt the emotions of the people around him. They seemed to have heard some rumors and were afraid. Now that they saw the 2,000 people from the White Dew clan, they immediately calmed down and felt that Sleeping Dragon City would not fall. The Grandmasters would definitely beat Azura back home. They silently left Sleeping Dragon City. Outside the city was a flat grassland with all the trees and hills flattened. It did not affect the view of the city, and there was no place to hide. Chu Li turned and asked, "Clan leader, which one is Crouching Dragon Mountain?" "That's Crouching Dragon Mountain." Song Qingji pointed at the towering mountain range. Chu Li frowned. "So, close already?" He turned to look at Sleeping Dragon City. Sleeping Dragon City was 1,000 feet tall, and the walls were strange. It was almost impossible to climb over with light body technique. As long as the city gate was guarded, even Azura would not be able to break into the city in a short time. Moreover, there were nearly 1,000 top-notch masters guarding the city walls. It was a force that was not inferior to the White Dew clan. Song Qingji said in a low voice, "That's why it's very dangerous. Otherwise, they would not have asked us to move a month earlier." Chu Li said, "If they really attack Sleeping Dragon City, it will be very troublesome." Song Qingji pursed his lips and slowly nodded. Even if Sleeping Dragon City was difficult to climb and break into, once the soldiers reached the city, it was not impossible to break into the city. It would be a disaster. Azura would definitely wipe out everything and many people would die. Chu Li said, "Clan leader, I'm well-versed in the heavenly mystery technique. I can roughly predict their location." "Huh?" Song Qingji was surprised. "You can predict it?" The mysteries of heaven were unpredictable. The art of divination was not as difficult to learn as the art of formations, but it was much harder to improve. It was even rarer to be able to see through the door and enter the profound mysteries, even rarer than formation masters. Chu Li replied, "I know a thing or two, but it's impossible for the heavenly prophecy to be too precise. It's inevitable that there will be oversights. It's already very rare to be able to gain the upper hand." Song Qingji hurriedly said, "You should first deduce if there are any Azuras in Crouching Dragon Mountain." Chu Li stopped in his tracks, formed a hand seal, and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes again, and they shone like a sharp blade. He pointed his left hand to the front and said, "There are Azuras in that direction." "How far?" Song Qingji asked. "More than 100 miles," Chu Li replied. Song Qingji's face darkened. "It's at Crouching Dragon Mountain. Let's go." Beside him, Mo Hung hesitated. He originally wanted to remind Song Qingji, but he did not say anything. It seemed like Chu Li was very confident, so he did not want to spoil the mood. Moreover, if it really worked, then they would have gained the upper hand. The group sped up, and 100 miles were covered in the blink of an eye. Chu Li and Song Qingji took the lead, stepping on the treetops and sprinting. Song Qingji said, "Once you enter Crouching Dragon Mountain, you can't use void diversion. Remember, you can only use light body technique." Chu Li nodded. He felt that the void was locked, and he could not shift. This was an infinite power from the void, and it was not something he could shake or take advantage of. Chu Li suddenly said, "Another 10 miles." Song Qingji nodded, turned his head, and shouted, "Formation! And be careful." After a while, Chu Li said again. There are 100 of them. Song Qingji smiled. Looks like we can take them all out at once. Chu Li said, they're very powerful. If they weren't, they wouldn't dare to come to Crouching Dragon Mountain, Song Qingji said. They covered the distance of 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Under Chu Li's lead, they arrived at an extremely hidden valley. If Chu Li had not led the way, they would have easily overlooked it and would not have realized there was a valley here. Chu Li frowned. They've already discovered us. Let's attack. 100 people in a formation. Song Qingji shouted. Don't split up. The group quickly nodded and set up their respective formations, then rushed into the valley. More than 100 Azuras rushed out. These 100 Azuras gathered in one place, each emitting a red glow that enveloped their bodies. Their faces were fleshless, and they looked like skeletons. Only their eyes flashed red, and they had used their secret skills. Song Qingji raised his voice and shouted, my formation will go first. Second and third teams follow me. The rest of you, stay alert. The group loudly agreed. 99 people immediately floated to Song Qingji's side and surrounded him. Then they rushed toward the Azuras. The other 200 people also formed a formation and rushed toward the Azuras from another direction, forming a triangular encirclement. The rest of the people formed an even larger encirclement, vigilantly watching their surroundings while watching the scene. Chu Li took 2 steps back and watched them fight. This group of Azuras was extremely powerful, but Song Qingji personally took action. Each formation lit up with a hazy white light, and as the formation operated, it became brighter and brighter, overpowering the Azuras' red glow. 300 people against 100 Azuras did not cause much of a disturbance. 102 Azuras died one after another, and the heart of Azura flashed for a moment before disappearing without a trace. The group did not care about the heart of Azura at all, and let it disappear. However, before the Azuras disappeared, they all chopped off their left pinkies and collected them. This was proof that they had killed the Azuras. Even if the Azuras' corpses disappeared, their left pinkies did not disappear at all. Song Qingji came to Chu Li in high spirits and smiled. Next time, remember to keep this pinky well. In the future, you can report your merit points. This pinky is a lot of merit points. Chu Li nodded. Chu Li, your divination is very good. Can you still find the Azuras? Song Qingji asked. Chu Li said, there's another group of Azuras, about 1,000 of them. They are in that direction, about 200 miles away, but they are very powerful. 1,000 people. Song Qingji frowned. Let's hurry over. It might be the summer rain hall. Chu Li nodded. They are indeed fighting. Then let's hurry. Song Qingji said. We can't watch the summer rain hall be destroyed. Chu Li said, follow me. He led the way in front, like a breeze passing through the treetops. More than 1,000 people followed closely behind. 200 miles were covered in a short while, and they were already out of Crouching Dragon Mountain at the foot of another mountain range. Nearly 2,000 people were fighting in a mess. One group was Azuras, and the other group was Celestials dressed in white. All of them had a cultivation level of rank 2 and above, and they formed a formation to resist the siege of more than 1,000 Azuras. The situation was the same as when they besieged the Azuras, but this time it was the Azuras besieging the Celestials. More than 200 Celestials were surrounded, and it was precarious, with Celestials falling from time to time. Chapter 1989. Almost 2,000 people moved together. Even if they were silent, the movement was not small. Azura's senses were extremely sharp, and they were all on guard. 1,000 people formed a large formation. Song Qingji approached and saw the situation. His heart was burning with anxiety. He roared, attack! Although he was proficient in the White Dew Formation's footwork, he did not form a formation with any of the White Dew Hall disciples. Instead, he wandered outside the formation. This was his privilege. If there was a flaw in the formation, he could go in at any time. More than 1,600 White Dew Hall disciples surrounded 1,000 Azura. Suddenly, the formation was activated. White light flashed. More than 10 balls of white light looked down from the sky. It was like a knife while harvesting Azura. 1,000 Azura had to deal with more than 300 crazy Summer Rain Hall disciples. On the other hand, they had to deal with more than 1,600 White Dew Hall disciples. Being attacked from the front and back, it was difficult to take care of the front and back. With their attention divided, the formation's power was greatly reduced. The White Dew Hall disciples took advantage of the situation and attacked desperately. It was a rare opportunity to kill Azura. It was a good opportunity to gain merit and reward. They must seize it. Old and I, you guys rush out first. Song Qingji shouted. He looked at the 300 over people of Summer Rain Hall in the middle who were already on the verge of collapse. His heart was anxious. The secret technique of Summer Rain Hall's disciples was about to reach its limit. After that, it would be the sequela of emptiness and weakness. Azura could easily kill them all. Good. A tall and skinny middle-aged man, who looked like a sick tiger, shouted in a deep voice. When Song Qingji heard this, he immediately led the 99 people around him and rushed in. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei each led 100 people to assist. The three groups rushed in and immediately created an opening for the Azura. More than 300 Summer Rain Hall disciples rushed out from this opening and quickly rushed behind Song Qingji. After these 300 people came out, they immediately sat down 100 meters away and took spirit pills to calm their breathing. They ignored their surroundings and focused on fighting against the side effects of the secret skill that stimulated their potential. The Azura easily let the 300 Summer Rain Hall disciples go, not because they did not want to kill them. It was for their own sake and to focus on dealing with the White Dew Hall disciples on the periphery. With the harassment from Summer Rain Hall, even if their strength was not strong, they were still distracted and the power of the formation was greatly reduced. If this went on, even if they could destroy Summer Rain Hall, they would suffer heavy losses and even risk the destruction of the whole army. Now that they let go of the Summer Rain Hall, they immediately shrunk inwards, and the formation they formed became more solid and its power increased greatly. Chu Li shook his head. Song Qingji was still kind-hearted and couldn't maintain absolute calmness. If it was a qualified general, he would definitely not let Summer Rain Hall and the others rush out. He would definitely let Summer Rain Hall restrain Azura. This way, it would be much easier for the White Dew Hall disciples. Once the Summer Rain Hall's disciples ran out, the danger that the White Dew Hall's disciples faced increased tremendously. More than 900 Azuras shrunk inside, and the power of the formation increased tremendously. The red light on their bodies expanded, and the swords of the White Dew Hall's disciples were blocked by the red light, which was enough for the Azuras to dodge. Song Qingji frowned. Even if it was 2 against 1, it was not quite possible to kill all these Azuras. The Azuras were astonishingly talented and blessed by nature. Other than being immortal, their physical strength was also terrifying. It was as if they never tired and would not be tired even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. The White Dew Hall disciples had the White Jade Hall token and could borrow strength. They would not be lacking in inner energy, but their bodies could not withstand the bitter battle without sleep and rest. They would definitely not be able to withstand the Azuras. Chu Li leaped onto the treetop of a towering ancient tree and attacked from afar. Suddenly, rays of golden light fell from the sky and turned into golden palm prints that fell on the heads of the Azuras. These golden palm prints had a restraining effect on the Azuras as they continuously wore down their red light. After a quarter of an hour, they could feel that the red light had dimmed a little. This made the White Dew Hall disciples very spirited. If this went on, the Azuras would not be able to withstand it. Now, they were fighting a war of attrition. Whoever could last until the end would win and destroy the other party. The party that could not withstand it would definitely die. At this juncture of life and death, Chu Li's Supreme Vajra Palm had greatly boosted their confidence. They had failed too many times and could not help but be traumatized when facing the Azuras. The seeds of failure had long been buried deep in their hearts. Once they encountered an unfavorable situation, they could not help but think of failure and death. Seeing how effective Chu Li's Supreme Vajra Palm was, their confidence was boosted and their spirits were lifted. Their sword techniques also became more powerful. As Chu Li waved his palm, he used the omniscient mirror and the heavenly star insight skill to derive the Azura's formation, trying to find a flaw. The golden light forced the Azura's formation to its limit. The heavenly star insight skill's current level was extremely high and its speed was extremely fast. The originally incomparably complicated calculations and derivations could now be completed in a short while. As he waved the supreme Vajra palm, he deduced at the same time. An hour later, he floated down from the treetop and entered the white dew hall's array formation. He shuttled back and forth between the array formations like a swimming fish. With just a few moves, he passed through the array formation and entered the Azura array. He pressed his hand on the regal sky sword and slowly pulled it out. Then, he effortlessly sliced off an Azura's head. He had not stopped moving. The Azura's palm energy could not touch his body. His body swam like a fish and easily approached another Azura. Then he pulled out his sword and sliced off his head. The Azura's formation suddenly paused, and the red light suddenly dimmed. As the red light dimmed, the obstruction to the white dew hall disciples' long swords almost disappeared. In an instant, more than 10 Azuras were killed and turned into Azura's hearts. Taking advantage of this, Chu Li sliced off another Azura's head. As soon as the 3 Azuras who were in charge of the formation died, the Azura's formation became even more disorganized. Its power decreased, and it could no longer block the white dew hall disciple formation. The long swords became sharper under the white light and easily stabbed the Azura to death. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Azuras were killed. Chu Li's body did not stop moving. Rays of golden light fell from the sky and turned into golden palms that landed on the Azura's heads. One by one, the Azuras were slapped down and turned into Azura's hearts before disappearing. Chu Li waved his palms and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the Azuras at the 3 pivots of the formation were not strong enough. Otherwise, the Summer Rain Hall would not have been able to hold on until their rescue and would have been destroyed by these more than 1,000 Azuras. Like a swimming fish, he suddenly appeared in front of Song Qingji and gently pulled Song Qingji. Song Qingji was startled and followed him out of the formation. Their group retreated while the other group came forward. Chu Li, well done. Song Qingji patted Chu Li's shoulder. He felt that recruiting Chu Li into the White Dew Hall was definitely the wisest thing to do. Looking at the contribution he had made now, he would receive a huge reward when he returned. He would definitely be able to hold his head high in front of the other 3 halls in one division. He knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the Azuras. It was all thanks to Chu Li breaking the Azura's formation that they were able to do this smoothly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill so many Azuras even if they fought for another 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Li whispered, "Clan leader, we can't risk our lives like this." Song Qingji looked at him in shock. Chu Li said, "Clan leader, you want to kill all these Azuras, right?" "That's right." Song Qingji gritted his teeth and showed hatred. His eyes were cold. "We must kill them all." Chu Li shook his head. "Then I don't know how many people from the White Dew Hall will survive." Song Qingji became cold, as if he was splashed with a bucket of cold water. He said slowly, "You mean they will self-destruct?" Chu Li said, "They will definitely self-destruct." Chapter 1990. Chu Li replied, "Give them hope." "How?" Song Qingji frowned. He also felt that Chu Li's idea made sense. If Azuras were given hope, they would not self-destruct out of anger. The power of an Azura's self-destruction was too shocking. The disciples of the White Dew clan would not be able to withstand it. Chu Li said, "Clan leader, slow down and don't push them too hard. I'll lure some Azuras over to give them hope so that they won't be in a hurry to self-destruct when reinforcements arrive. There's another way. I'll go somewhere else and trigger the rescue arrow. Clan leader, bring some people over and leave some people behind. This way, it'll be enough to give them hope." Makes sense. Song Qingji nodded slowly and smiled. "Let's use the second method then." Chu Li nodded. Song Qingji asked, "Do you have a rescue arrow?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. The White Dew Hall token and the distress signal arrow had to be carried, But because most of the time they wouldn't be separated and would move together, there was no need to emphasize this. If it did not work, the White Dew Clan token could also be used to call for help. All right then, go now lest the Azuras get impatient. Song Qingji quickly said. He was a little worried that the Azuras would see no hope and immediately self-destruct. These Azuras did not care about their lives at all. As long as the heart of Azura was not destroyed, they could still be resurrected. Although their cultivation level would be greatly damaged and they would need to cultivate again, their cultivation speed was far faster than a celestial. Chu Li said, "There's no rush. We have to wait a little longer in case they see through us." Song Chengji glared at him. He was burning with anxiety. Seeing how confident Chu Li was, he wanted to slap him away and tell him to leave immediately. Chu Li said, "The Azuras have not invaded our outland. They are still in the outer region. Why are they so afraid of them? When I was in the lower realm, I heard that the outland can't withstand the Azuras anymore. Now that I've heard it, I know I was wrong. They can't withstand it anymore." Song Chengji spoke quickly. Think about it. The Azura have already fought their way to the outskirts of Hidden Dragon City, breaking through the final barrier. If they go any further, they will be attacking Hidden Dragon City. If Hidden Dragon City falls, it will be a disaster for the realm beyond Avalon. But it's not to the extent that the Outland will be destroyed, right? Chu Li asked. Song Qingji snorted. If they manage to break into Crouching Dragon City, the realm beyond heaven will never have a day of peace. Destruction is just around the corner. Chu Li frowned. It's not that serious. It's that serious. Song Qingji said, it looks like there's only one city, but once they break through Crouching Dragon City, they'll be able to charge out of the extraterritorial battlefield. Then, they'll be able to charge to any location. Adding on their void teleportation, it'll be impossible to defend against them. They can appear in any city and start a massacre, causing panic among the people. The sky beyond heaven will fall into chaos. And with the heavenly demons taking advantage of this, the sky beyond heaven's destruction will be upon us. Chu Li said, the extraterrestrial battlefield. The good thing about the extraterritorial battlefield is that you can't use void shift. You can only use Qinggong, so it's not that difficult to deal with. If they can't attack Wulong City, they can't use Qinggong to move into sky beyond sky, Song Qingji said. Chu Li frowned. Can Great Azuras enter? Unless they use a secret skill, but Great Azuras aren't that scary and can be sensed, Song Qingji said. As long as it's not a large-scale invasion by Great Azuras, it won't be a disaster. Chu Li said, there are people in the sky beyond heaven who can predict the future, right? Even if Azuras come in, they should be able to predict it, right? It's useless. The sky beyond heaven isn't the lower realm. It's too vast, and there are too many Azuras. In any case, we can't let them break through Crouching Dragon City no matter what. Song Qingji shook his head. All right, it's time to send a distress signal. Chu Li saw that he was impatient, so he did not ask any more questions. He glided 10 miles away and took out a small wooden tube from his inner pocket. He channeled and shook it. Bang! With a muffled sound, a dark light appeared in the sky. The dark light condensed into a large long sword. Its tip pointed in his direction. Song Qingji had already glided back to the formation used to deal with the Azuras. When he raised his head and saw the signal, he shouted, "Send half of your men to follow me." And Mo Hung hurriedly said, "Clan leader, isn't taking half of your men too much? Why don't we get rid of these guys first?" If they weren't in danger, they wouldn't have sent a distress signal. Song Qingji shook his head and shouted, "It's useless if we don't bring enough. Elder Mo, Elder Fu, I'll leave this place to you. You must eliminate them." "All right," the two of them replied. They were a little reluctant as they watched Song Qingji leave with 800 men, leaving only 800 men to fight the Azuras. The Azuras, who were initially in a precarious situation, heaved a sigh of relief. The Azuras who were about to self-destruct stopped themselves. If they used their secret skills, it would not be difficult to eliminate these people. They just needed to escape before Song Qingji and the others returned. When they thought of this, They activated their secret skills one after another. Instantly, the red light around their bodies shone brightly. In the distance, a signal for help sounded once more. Emohong frowned and shouted, "Elder Fu, what should we do?" "Ignore them for now. Let's deal with these guys first," Fu Tianlei said. "Clan leader, it might be very dangerous over there," Emohong shouted. Fu Tianlei said, "If we don't suppress this side, we'll go and save the other side later. These guys will definitely take advantage of the situation, so we can only eliminate them as soon as possible. Everyone, put in more effort. Don't hide anymore." "Yes, yes, let's go all out," Emohong hurriedly shouted. Both he and Fu Tianlei saw Song Qingji's hand gesture and knew that the rescue was fake. Although they knew that it was all fake, they did not really understand the reason, so they still gave orders based on a situation they did not know. Hearing this, the people of White Du Hall began to activate their secret skills. Instantly, the white light became brighter and brighter. The pressure on the Azuras suddenly increased, and more than 20 Azuras died in an instant. However, this situation did not make them self-destruct. Instead, they were full of confidence. They felt that since the other side was trying so hard to send out the distress signal, they could no longer hold on, and that their companions must be coming. Once they met up with their companions, they could completely eliminate this group of Celestials, which would be a huge blow to the sky beyond heaven. Then, they could rush to Wulong City. As long as they took down Wulong City, the gates to the sky beyond heaven would open, and they could run as they pleased. The people of White Du Hall swung their swords with all their might. The formation grew stronger and stronger, and in just a short while, another 20 Azuras died. Before they knew it, more than 100 Azuras had died, but this was not done in one go. Instead, they were being whittled down bit by bit. The Azuras could feel the pressure slowly increasing, and they thought that it was because the people of White Du Hall were using their secret skills. They gritted their teeth and held on, holding on with hope. Because the secret skill could only last for a limited time, as long as they could hold on, these White Du Hall disciples would not be able to fight back. If not for the White Du Hall coming to rescue the previous batch of Summer Rain Hall disciples, they would have all died by now. Bang! Another distress signal came from afar. Emohong shouted, "This won't do. Send a team over to take a look." "All right, old Du, lead the team," Fu Tianlei shouted. An old man answered and retreated with his team of 100, running in the direction of the distress signal. Chapter 1991. After they left, the remaining White Du clan disciples fought even harder. They were anxious as they did not know what kind of danger they had encountered and how many more Azuras were rushing over. They were worried that the situation would be reversed. The white light flashed like the setting sun. It was so powerful that it could not be looked at directly. Azuras kept falling under the sword. However, the remaining Azuras persevered and waited for the secret skill to pass. Once the secret skill passed, it would be their time to show off their power. The one who had the last laugh would be the winner. These heavenly men could only show off for a while. With this belief, they persevered, and unknowingly, another 100 were killed. 10 miles away, Chu Li and Song Qingji stood side by side. Through the omniscient mirror, Chu Li could see everything clearly. He saw the Azuras falling one after another while the White Du clan's disciples attacked with all their might. They were not afraid of death. Song Qingji ordered people to keep an eye on the situation. Every few breaths, they would send news to him to grasp the latest situation. "Chu Li, are we going overboard?" Song Qingji was worried. These people will eventually come to their senses. When that time comes, they will definitely self-destruct. Chu Li nodded. "Self-destruction is unavoidable, but try to minimize it so that we will suffer less losses. Is there any way to stop them from self-destructing?" Song Qingji frowned. Chu Li pondered. "It'll be difficult." Song Qingji quickly asked, "Can you do it?" "We can only rely on formations." Chu Li said, "We'll set up a formation and trap them inside. Then, we'll use the formation to kill them in one hit." "Do you know how to set up a formation?" Song Qingji perked up. Chu Li smiled. "I know a thing or two." "How about this? I'll go around and see if I can find a place to set up a formation. Okay, hurry up, Song Qingji quickly said. Chu Li leaped onto the treetop and glided away. Song Qingji followed closely behind. A moment later, Chu Li stopped in a forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Each of them was so thick that two people could encircle them. Chu Li took out a few jade pendants and tossed them out. Under Song Qingji's gaze, 4 jade pendants flew out. They stopped at the 4 corners of the forest. They were 100 meters away from each other, and they covered the entire forest. The jade pendants floated in the air, flashing with a warm luster as if they were breathing. The other 4 jade pendants flew out and landed in the north, south, east, west, south, and west directions respectively. The 8 jade pendants hovered in the air, emitting a blinding light. Then, they disappeared into the void. The entire forest blurred for a moment before returning to normal. There was no trace of a formation. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual energy in the Outland was rich, and the power of the formation was stronger than in the lower realm. The power of this 8-directional soul lock formation was enough to take care of those Azuras. It would not be difficult to take care of them one by one. Song Qingji said, "The formation is complete?" Chu Li answered, "It's done." "Be careful," Song Qingji said. "Don't let them break through. It's very difficult for Azuras to be trapped by formations. It's enough to trap them." Chu Li smiled. Song Qingji nodded. "That's good. Lure them over." He made a trip back first to inform everyone. He told them to hide. Later, he would use the clan leader's summon order to lure the remaining disciples over. The Azuras would follow them, so he told them not to move first. There was no need to use the first summon. He quickly returned and took out a cylinder made of purple wood from his bosom. He tossed it into the sky. Bang! A muffled sound like thunder resounded through the sky. Then, a purple-gold longsword appeared in the sky. It was extremely eye-catching. When the people from White Dew clan saw that it was the clan leader's summon order, they retreated and flew toward the purple-gold sword. Once the clan leader's summon order was issued, no matter what important matter it was, as long as it was not a matter of life and death, they must rush over without delay. They wanted to kill all of these Azuras in one go, but since the clan leader's summon order appeared, they had no other choice but to rush over and ignore the Azuras who were chasing behind them. When these Azuras saw everyone rushing, they knew it was a great opportunity. They chased after them and took the opportunity to kill them. As long as the people from White Dew clan used their secret skill, they would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Song Qingji and Chu Li stood at the top of the forest. They stepped on the treetops and moved with the wind. They watched as everyone ran into the forest. Then, all of them disappeared without a trace. Song Qingji smiled and looked at Chu Li. "Action." Chu Li nodded. "Clan leader, take a break first. I'll go kill them." "All right." Song Qingji nodded. Killing an Azura was a meritorious deed. This great merit would be given to Chu Li. If they could really kill all of the remaining Azuras, Chu Li would be rewarded for his meritorious deed. Chu Li leaped down and entered the forest. He shuttled through the forest like a fish and silently killed Azuras one after another. This 8 directions soul lock formation was amazing. It could conceal the Azura's senses and senses. Moreover, Chu Li used the life and death scripture to conceal his aura. He became one with the trees, and no one could detect him. He spent half an hour and used the Supreme Vajra Palm to kill all of the remaining Azuras. The Supreme Vajra Palm could absorb spiritual energy from the outside world and turn it into a golden palm. It could also be turned into a golden palm using inner energy without absorbing spiritual energy. It was not as powerful as the former, but it was more discreet. Moreover, his Supreme Vajra Palm contained thunder and lightning. It was more powerful and could kill an Azura with a single palm. Before these Azuras could turn into Heart of Azura, he took out a jade pendant and tossed it into the sky. Bang! After an explosion, the formation was broken. The people from White Dew clan looked around. Their faces were still confused and alert. Suddenly, they saw the corpses of Azuras on the ground. They were shocked. Then, They watched as these corpses turned into heart of Azura and disappeared into the void. Song Qingji's face was full of admiration. Chu Li stood in front of Song Qingji and flicked his sleeve. Suddenly, a pile of little fingers piled up on the ground. You killed all of them. Song Qingji looked at the pile of little fingers. Chu Li nodded. Fortunately, we did not fail. Song Qingji looked impressed and excited. We didn't come for nothing this time. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei looked at the pile of little fingers and sighed. One of them is equivalent to all of us. Chu Li said, without everyone's help, I wouldn't have the ability to let them enter the forest. These are killed by everyone. I can't take all the credit. Okay. Song Qingji nodded. You can say that. He knew Chu Li's intention. He did not want to be in the limelight. This was exactly what he wanted. If others knew about Chu Li's background as a formation master, White Dew clan would not be able to keep him. Let's go and see Elder and I. Song Qingji said, Elder Mo and Elder Fu, let everyone rest. Don't forget to be vigilant. Yes. The two fists saluted. Song Qingji waved his hand and gestured for Chu Li to come with him. Chu Li went with him to where the people from Summer Rain clan were. The skinny and I Zhenghua stood with his hands behind his back. He was in a daze. When he heard the sound of clothes fluttering, he turned around and fist saluted the two. Elder Song, I can't thank you enough. Song Qingji waved his hand. Don't mention it. And I, Zhenghua, glanced at the people from Summer Rain clan who were meditating. I'm ashamed to face the Summer Rain clan brothers. I'll temporarily entrust these brothers to you, Elder Song. Chapter 1992. Chu Li took a step in front of him and placed his palm in front of his forehead. Bam! The two palms collided and a dull explosion was heard. The surrounding trees rustled and leaves flew off the branches. The 6 towering ancient trees were all bare. Song Qingji quickly grabbed an eye Zhenghua's wrist and shouted, Elder and I, what are you doing? Chu Li returned to Song Qingji's side and did not say a word. And I Zhenghua struggled, but could not break free from Song Qingji's hand. He was still in a weak state after using his secret skill. He had used all his strength in that palm and could not break free again. Song Qingji quickly asked, What are you doing? There were 1,822 brothers, and now there are only 312 left. And I Zhenghua took a deep breath and said slowly, I have no face to see Xiaoyu brothers again. I will die with my dead brothers. Nonsense. Song Qingji said, The Summer Rain clan is waiting for you to take charge. If you die, the remaining brothers will lose their morale. Chu Li said, Clan leader and I, this is not your fault. And I Zhenghua looked at Chu Li and then at Song Qingji. Song Qingji said, Chu Li, Ji Dynasty's Chu Li. The Chu Li from the lower realm? And I Zhenghua looked at Chu Li and then at Song Qingji. Song Qingji waved his hand and said, We can't care about the ban at this time. The Rain Master Palace only said that they cannot take in enlightened masters who have ascended. Chu Li did not ascend, so it is not against the rules. You, and I Zhenghua, shook his head. This was purposely taking advantage of loopholes, and it was hard to stand. The Rain Master Palace leader would not let him go and would settle the score sooner or later. It was not a wise move. Song Qingji said, I had no other choice. Without Chu Li, the White Dew clan would not have a good ending. Sigh. And I Zhenghua sighed and still showed a stubborn expression. I only hate myself for being useless and getting ambushed by Azura. Who can I blame? I can only blame myself as the clan leader for being useless and exhausting the army. Chu Li said, Clan leader and I, there's a traitor in the Summer Rain clan. And I Zhenghua was stunned. His face darkened as he glared at Chu Li. Impossible. The brothers in the hall will never betray us, much less join Azura. There was no need to worry about traitors in a war with Azura, because there could not be traitors. Azura would never believe in Celestials, and Celestials would not have a good ending if they surrendered to Azura. Chu Li shook his head and said, Everything is possible. Think about it, clan leader and I. If there is no traitor, how can Azura surround us so precisely and avoid the Summer Rain Hall's alert? And I Zhenghua opened his mouth and wanted to rebuke him, but no words came out. He revealed a thoughtful expression. He had been thinking about how the Azuras were able to sneak up on him without a sound. Logically speaking, they all had keen instincts and sufficient vigilance, so it was impossible for them to sneak up on him without a sound. Chu Li waved his hand in the air and said, "Those 6 are traitors." And Zhenghua, followed the direction of his finger and frowned. Impossible. The place where Chu Li's finger was pointing was Deputy Clan Leader Xiecheng. Chu Li smiled. "Clan leader and it's impossible for them to join Azura. But what if they're not themselves, but heavenly demons?" Heavenly demons? And Zhenghua's expression changed slightly. Song Qingji shook his head and smiled. "Chu Li, heavenly demons have not broken through to the Grandmaster's boundary." Chu Li asked, "Can't they come from the Azura's boundary?" "Impossible. Heavenly demons and Azura are enemies too." Song Qingji shook his head, and Zhenghua nodded. "Heavenly demons and Azura are indeed enemies. They won't join forces." Chu Li said, "Then they've joined forces this time. Heavenly demons." And Zhenghua glanced at the people who were recuperating over there. His expression was uncertain, as he did not know if he should believe Chu Li. This matter was too strange. The people he brought died for no reason, but Chu Li's explanation made sense. There was only one explanation. Heavenly demons and Azura were enemies and had never joined forces. Chu Li said, "Does heavenly demons have a way to identify them?" "Heavenly demons have no form. Normal people can't identify them at all. The only way to get rid of heavenly demons is to use a Buddhist monk Saraira." And Zhenghua sighed. A unique Buddhist secret technique is needed to activate the Saraira in order to sense heavenly demons. "Does clan leader and know about this secret technique?" Chu Li asked. "I've learned it." And Zhenghua nodded. Song Qingji said, "All the clan leaders of the Rainmaster Palace have learned this secret technique, and all 9 divisions know about this secret technique. Elder and do you have the Buddhist monk Saraira?" And Zhenghua nodded slowly. The Buddhist monk Saraira was a must-have item for every clan leader. Although heavenly demons had not broken through the defense and entered the Grandmaster's boundary, heavenly demons were hard to defend against. So, it was still necessary to bring the Buddhist monk Saraira to defend against heavenly demons. As he spoke, he took out a string of prayer beads and was about to activate the secret technique. Chu Li said, "Clan leader and is this the Buddhist monk Saraira?" And Zhenghua lowered his head to take a closer look, and his face turned gloomy. "Was it switched?" Song Qingji asked, and Zhenghua nodded slowly, his face extremely gloomy. The Buddhist monk Saraira was also a precious item. He had been carefully storing it, so normal people would not be able to come into contact with it. Only those closest to him could come into contact with it. So it was obvious who could switch his own Buddhist monk Saraira. Song Qingji said, "Looks like you didn't fall for nothing. You've been planning this for a long time." As he spoke, he took out a string of prayer beads and handed it over. Only one of the prayer beads was the Buddhist monk Saraira, but it could not be seen from its appearance. The 9 prayer beads were exactly the same, so it could only be seen by activating the secret technique. And Zhenghua took a deep breath, took the prayer beads, and closed his eyes. After a while, one of the prayer beads slowly lit up, and Zhenghua opened his eyes, raised the prayer beads above his head, and threw them forward. A ball of golden light shot towards the 6 people that Chu Li had pointed at. Bang! With an explosion, the golden light split into 6 faintly discernible golden lights in the air. They were as hazy as fog and shot toward the 6 people. When the golden light touched the 6 people, their bodies emitted a faintly discernible black fog, and the golden light quickly disappeared. And Zhenghua's face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were like torches as he stared at the 6 people. The 6 people who were recuperating opened their eyes and looked at Zhenghua. And Zhenghua turned to look at Chu Li. "Chu Li, you're right." Chu Li smiled and did not say anything else. And Zhenghua said, "Elder Song, do me another favor. Capture these 6 heavenly demons." "No problem," Song Qingji said in a low voice. "This is a big matter. We must report it to the Rain Master Palace as soon as possible. And Zhenghua nodded slowly. The heavenly demons and Azura colluded together. This was the worst news. The Rain Master Palace and the Elders Guild must know as soon as possible so that they could come up with a countermeasure. Otherwise, they would be caught off guard, and more Devis would be destroyed like the Summer Rain Hall. Song Qingji's figure flashed and shot into the distance. Chu Li said, "Clan leader and I, be careful, they'll die together." And Zhenghua nodded. "They can't escape." Then he shouted, "Xie, Cheng, Zhao, Fe." He summoned 10 people in one go, including the 6 heavenly demons. They approached with puzzled faces. And Zhenghua said, "Follow Chu Li to ask clan leader Song for a small favor." Chu Li cooperated well with him and waved his hand. "Clan leader and I, we don't need so many people. 7 is enough. You don't have to trouble these 3. Chu Li stood among the 10 people, separated the 4 Summer Rain Hall disciples, and stood next to Xie Cheng. Chapter 1993. He turned to look at Xie Cheng and smiled. "Everyone, please follow me." Xie Cheng was a burly middle-aged man. His muscles looked like they were about to tear his shirt apart. He had a square face and righteousness between his eyebrows. He asked sternly, "What can I do for you?" Chu Li shook his head. "I need your help with a small matter." "What is it?" Xie Cheng asked. Chu Li replied, "It's a little urgent. Let's talk as we walk." Xie Cheng wanted to ask again, but Zhenghua interrupted. "Xie Cheng, don't. Gather? Stealing the moat and giving way to wood? Play? Si Chi, surnamed Xiang Xiaozhua Shuren? Serve?" "Yes." Xie Cheng nodded helplessly. Chu Li glided forward with the 7 people and asked Xie Cheng, "May I know where clan leader Xie is from?" Xie Cheng greeted the 5 people around him. Their bodies suddenly sped up and shot towards Chu Li like ghosts. TSK, 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 TSK. A few whistles were heard, and the 6 people stopped moving. The god-punishing thunder sword in Chu Li's mind shot out 6 rays at the same time and slowed them down. Chu Li's figure floated past the 6 people like a ghost and sealed their acupuncture points before they could react. The 7th person looked at this scene in shock and could not understand it. Chu Li smiled. "Clan leader Xie and the others have some problems. You'll know when clan leader and I arrives." He let out a whistle as he spoke. And Zhenghua, Song Qingji, and Mo Hong, and Fu Tianlei came over. "Elder Ming, you go back first. Don't tell anyone about this." And Zhenghua waved his hand and signaled the middle-aged man beside Chu Li to leave. Elder Ming was curious, but he could only obey and disappeared. And Zhenghua's expression was solemn as he looked at the 6 people whose acupoints had been sealed and were motionless like statues. His face was as gloomy as dark clouds as he glared at them. A moment later, the Buddhist beads in his hand once again emitted a golden light and shot towards Xie Cheng. Xie Cheng's acupuncture points were all sealed, and he could not channel. A layer of faint black fog appeared outside his body. The golden light and the black fog collided and instantly annihilated each other like water and fire. And Zhenghua completely gave up and sighed. "It really is the heavenly demon." He turned his head and said, "Chu Li, it's all thanks to you." Chu Li shook his head and said nothing. Song Qingji frowned. "We won't be able to get anything out of the heavenly demons. It looks like they are indeed working with Azura. This is a serious matter. Leave them to me. That's the only way." And Zhenghua nodded slowly. Song Qingji said, "Old and don't be dejected. As long as you hand over these 6 sky fiends to me, it will be enough to atone for your crimes." Discovering this important news was too important for the entire sky beyond sky. With such a merit, even if Summer Rain Hall was sacrificed, it would not be considered excessive. And Zhenghua still had the opportunity to atone for his crimes. And Zhenghua gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Sky Demon and Azura, I can't let any of them go. I must avenge them. We've already avenged you. Forget about it." Song Qingji patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Calm down. Don't be fooled next time. We have to learn a lesson this time. We must always be on guard against the Sky Demon." And I Zhenghua nodded solemnly. Song Qingji gave Chu Li a look and left with Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei. When they returned to the group, Song Qingji sighed. This old he's really unlucky. He speculated that if it were him, he might not be able to defend against the Sky Demon's dirty tricks. No one would have thought that the Sky Demon and Azura would join forces. One was tyrannical in direct combat. Even if his martial arts were not as good as a celestial being, he could often kill a celestial being. On the other hand, the other's schemes were unpredictable and unpredictable. And Mo Hung said, "There's nothing we can do about it. We're just unlucky." Fu Tianlei said in a low voice, "Clan leader, do you think there will be sky demons around us? That's impossible, right?" Song Qingji was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized that he did not use the prayer beads to check if there were sky demons around him, because he always thought that they would not appear. Now that Fu Tianlei reminded him, his hair immediately stood on end. Chu Li shook his head. "Clan leader, there are no sky demons around us, but a group of Azura has appeared at Crouching Dragon Mountain. We have to hurry over. Let's go," Song Qingji said hurriedly. Fu Tianlei went to inform Enai Zhenghua, while the others hurriedly followed Chu Li. Under Chu Li's lead, they first wiped out a group of 220 Azuras, then wiped out a small team of 100 people. They first used the White Dew formation, then used a formation to trap the Azuras. Song Qingji was more and more satisfied with Chu Li. Logically speaking, Chu Li could have used a formation to directly eliminate these Azuras, but he let the White Dew clan disciples attack first to sharpen their sword formation, and only used the formation when the battle was about to end. Not only did he let them gain credit, but he also prevented the disciples from being killed or injured by the Azura's self-destruction. Such a sensible way of doing things was really pleasing to the eye. By the evening of the next day, they had killed more than 2,200 Azuras. Everyone's waist pouch was filled with Azura's little fingers, so they decided to return to Crouching Dragon City to rest. They had been killing nonstop for a day and a night. Although they did not feel tired from the excitement of victory, they still needed a good rest, and they also wanted to see what new orders the Rainmaster Palace had. When the sun completely set in the west, they arrived at the south gate of Crouching Dragon City. The south gate opened, and Zheng Tianlong personally led 200 protectors in black out of the south gate to personally welcome them. Song Qingji did not exchange pleasantries with Zheng Tianlong and directly led the people back to the governor's residence. Everyone was arranged to rest, and the leaders had to go to the main hall. Song Qingji saw that Chu Li was also preparing to go down with them, and waved his hand. "Chu Li, come with us." Chu Li turned around. Zheng Tianlong looked at Chu Li curiously. "Governor Zheng, Chu Li is the rising star of our White Dew clan, one of the most powerful figures. Moreover, he has great foresight. It was all thanks to Chu Li that we were able to kill all the Azuras in Crouching Dragon Mountain this time," Song Qingji said. Chu Li shook his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Oh." Zheng Tianlong was surprised. Song Qingji said, "Chu Li is proficient in the art of divination and can calculate the location of the Azuras, so he was able to accurately find them and attack first. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to kill all the Azuras." "Excuse me." Zheng Tianlong closed fist saluted. Chu Li quickly returned the gesture. "Governor Zheng, the clan leader is overpraising me. I only know a little about the art of divination, and I don't deserve such praise. Then can you help me?" Zheng Tianlong asked. "Is Crouching Dragon City safe?" Chu Li laughed. "Governor Zheng, you don't need me to tell you what to do. I don't deserve such praise." "Chu Li, there's no harm in helping Governor Zheng," Song Qingji said. Chu Li looked at him, and then at Zheng Tianlong, who was staring at him eagerly, and nodded. "Then I can only try. Let's go in and talk," Zheng Tianlong said. Everyone entered the main hall and sat down. Chu Li sat in the armchair and closed his eyes, not moving an inch. Zheng Tianlong looked at Chu Li curiously, half doubtful. Song Qingji was full of confidence. This Zheng Tianlong was not an ordinary person and had a strong background. He was an important person who was deeply trusted by the elders, or else he would not be guarding Crouching Dragon City. Chapter 1994. Chu Li quickly opened his eyes and shook his head. Chu Li, are there no heavenly demons in Sleeping Dragon City? Song Qingji asked. Chu Li looked at Zheng Tianlong and shook his head. Clan leader, there are heavenly demons in the city. It's a pity that they've brought along a treasure that conceals the mysteries of the heavens, which prevents me from seeing who they are. Governor Zheng, please forgive me for my lack of knowledge. There are heavenly demons? Zheng Tianlong frowned and looked at Chu Li doubtfully. There really are? Chu Li said slowly, there must be heavenly demons in the city. That's troublesome. Zheng Tianlong nodded. Song Qingji said, Governor Zheng, it's better to believe it than not. The key is that heavenly demons are hard to guard against. We can conclude that heavenly demons are in cahoots with Azura. If that's the case, won't it be difficult to enter Sleeping Dragon City? They're really in cahoots? Zheng Tianlong's expression was solemn. This is not a small matter. Song Qingji said, we came back in a hurry to wait for news from the Rainmaster Palace and see how to deal with it. Zheng Tianlong nodded thoughtfully. Although he believed half of Chu Li's words, he did not even believe the other half. After all, it was easy for him to say those words. Moreover, it was vague and he did not take any responsibility. It was very difficult to believe him. It was very likely that he was deliberately trying to shock people. But as Song Qingji said, it was better to believe it than not. I'll be careful, Zheng Tianlong said. Chu Li said, Governor Zheng, you should pretend not to know and be careful of the people around you to prevent heavenly demons from assassinating you, especially when Azura attacks the city. If you're careless now, you'll force the heavenly demons to attack. There's definitely more than one heavenly demon in the city. It's better to find someone more powerful to predict their location and identity. Makes sense. Zheng Tianlong nodded and smiled. If it wasn't for you, Azura would have attacked the city. He did not believe Chu Li's words, but he admired Bai Lu Tang's power. Repelling Azura in Crouching Dragon Mountain could effectively intimidate them and slow down their pace of reaching Sleeping Dragon City. This gave Grandmaster Outland time to send more reinforcements. Song Qingji waved his hand. This is what we should do. There's nothing to brag about. Zheng Tianlong smiled and stood up. This old man shall not disturb your rest. Song Qingji cupped his fists and said with a smile, Please. Zheng Tianlong strode out of the main hall, leaving behind only Chu Li, Song Qingji, and Yi Zichen. Chu Li, you really can't calculate how many heavenly demons there are? Song Qingji hurriedly said, This was a good opportunity, but you didn't grasp it. What a pity, what a pity. He had a regretful look on his face. It was such a pity to miss such a good opportunity. Chu Li smiled and said, Thank you, clan leader. The heavenly demons in this town are much more powerful than the ones I've seen before. Moreover, they have treasures that can conceal the heavenly secrets, so I really don't have the ability to divine them. There's nothing I can do about it. It's a matter of great importance, so I can't simply speak about it. That's true. Song Qingji nodded and said, You can't speak carelessly. To be able to divine that there is a heavenly demon in Crouching Dragon City is already very rare. Hall Master, are you not going to return to the Hall of Rainmaster? Mo Hung asked. Go back now? Song Qingji scoffed. It'll probably take 2 to 3 days to discuss. The Hall of Rainmaster has to report to the Elders Guild, and the Elders Guild will then hold a meeting to discuss a solution. How can it be done without 2 to 3 days? He was extremely dissatisfied with the Elders Guild's efficiency, but he also knew that this matter was of great importance. The Elders Guild had to proceed with caution. Perhaps they could find a better way to deal with the heavenly demons. Against the alliance of heavenly demons and Azuras, they had to be cautious. Chu Li said, Hall Master, we can't rest yet. The Azuras will attack again. What do you mean? Song Qingji hurriedly asked. Chu Li pondered and said, According to the divination just now, there will be Azuras entering Crouching Dragon Mountain tomorrow. Moreover, they will be coming from several different directions. Our task is not easy. You've calculated it? Song Qingji asked, How many? 6. Chu Li said, We need to split up and attack. We can't let them converge at one place. It's also best if they don't enter Crouching Dragon City, or else the heavenly demons in the city will definitely attack. It'll be impossible to defend against them. Can we stop them? Song Qingji frowned. Chu Li said, let's give it a try. He stood up and went to the table to grind the ink. Soon, he was done and began to write on a piece of paper that was half the size of the table. Song Qingji and the other two came closer to take a look. After a while, a map of the mountains appeared on the paper. The trees, rocks, the direction of the mountains, and the flow of the water were all clearly visible. It was as if they were looking at the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain from above. They recognized it at a glance. Chu Li raised his head and looked at Song Qingji and the other two. Hall Master, at noon tomorrow, they will be in these places. He pointed at 6 points on the map. Song Qingji suppressed his curiosity. He was able to memorize the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain after walking through it once. This kind of amazing memory was not surprising for someone who could predict the future. Song Qingji's gaze fell on the 6 points. Chu Li said, this route should be the strongest, and this route the weakest. The other 4 routes should be about the same in strength. We need to deal with them with all our strength. If we split up and fight them, will it work? Song Qingji stared at the 6 points and stroked his beard as he pondered. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei were also a little worried. The Azuras were too difficult to deal with. Overwhelming strength was needed to defeat them. Originally, 1,000 people could be on par with them, but to eliminate them, they would need at least 2,000 or more. Chu Li said, it'll be more troublesome if we let them group up. We'll split into 6 routes. The weakest route will be dealt with first, and the strongest route will hold them off. I'll think of a way to trap them with a formation and deal with them one by one. He pointed to the 2 dots. If that's the case, the number of people in each route can't be the same. Song Qingji said. Chu Li nodded. We'll use the most people to deal with the weakest route and try to deal with them as soon as possible. As for the strongest route, we only need to pick a few top-notch masters to lure them into the formation. Song Qingji pondered. As for the remaining 4 routes, we'll just be in a stalemate. Chu Li smiled. Exactly. Song Qingji looked at Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei. Mo Hung said, Chu Li, is this accurate? If it's not accurate, we'll be in trouble. Don't end up like the Summer Rain Hall. Chu Li smiled. How can I be 100% sure when it's just a prediction? Song Qingji said, all right, then it's decided. Elder Mo, Elder Fu, this is the only thing we can do. If they really attack Crouching Dragon Mountain, we don't know what will happen. All right. Mo Hung nodded helplessly. Fu Tianlei smiled. Then let's have a good practice. Don't make any mistakes. One mistake, and they would lose their lives. It was too big of a risk. He felt that it was too risky, but he knew he had no other choice. Chu Li said, Clan leader, I'll lead some people to deal with the strongest route. I'll need to borrow some white jade from Governor Zhang. I need to refine some formation talismans. All right, leave it to me. Song Qingji nodded. Chu Li said, the weakest route will be led by the clan leader. The remaining 4 routes will be led by the 2 deputy clan leaders. Just maintain a stalemate and don't ask for any meritorious service. We'll be there soon. Song Qingji nodded happily. Let's do that. Elder Mo, Elder Fu, we'll listen to Chu Li's instructions this time. Chapter 1995. After the 4 of them discussed for a while, they left the governor's residence and opened the south gate to leave the city. They entered Crouching Dragon Mountain and explored the location Chu Li had marked on the map. This would be the place where they would fight the next day. They needed to check it out so that it would be more beneficial for tomorrow's ranking. The 4 of them returned to discuss the arrangement of the troops again. Which troops would be assigned to which troops would be assigned to which troops. In the end, Chu Li led 10 top-notch masters. These 10 top-notch masters specialized in light body technique and were the strongest among the White Dew Clan disciples. They were tasked with luring the enemy. Early the next morning, the 6 teams arrived at the locations Chu Li had marked and hid. At noon, the Azuras appeared on time, and a fierce battle ensued. Everything went according to Chu Li's plan. The 4 teams were in a stalemate while the other team crushed their opponents. The team led by Chuli turned and ran when they saw the 100 Azuras. Chuli sighed at his bad luck. There was a great Azura among the 100 Azuras. The great Azura caught up in the blink of an eye. He was a skinny middle-aged man who looked similar to the other great Azuras. Their appearances were different, but their temperaments were similar. They were both cold and gloomy, thin and strong, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Chuli yelled, "You guys go first, I'll cover you." The other 10 people had listened to Song Qingji's instructions beforehand to absolutely obey Chuli's orders, and they were not allowed to disobey him. Although they were worried, they did not dare to stop and allowed Chuli to face the great Azura. They continued to run while the other Azuras chased after them. If they delayed for even a moment, they would be caught up to. They knew where to run to. Chuli faced the great Azura head-on. Beams of golden light fell from the sky and turned into golden palm prints that met the great Azura. The great Azura scoffed and swung his palm to meet it. Bam, 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 bam. His body froze as the golden light collided with the faint red light on his body. He frowned as he did not expect Chuli to be so powerful. Chuli suddenly pulled out the Sky Killer Sword. The great Azura's movements paused. His eyes widened as he tried his best to avoid the Sky Killer Sword. However, his movements were slow and the Sky Killer Sword cut his head. With a bam, he turned into a red mist with the heart of Azura vaguely appearing before disappearing into the void. An Azura's corpse would stop for a while after death, but a grand Azura would turn into a red mist directly, not even leaving a little finger behind. Chuli heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were spirit herbs like evergreen pine and crouching dragon mountain, which allowed him to use the ageless longevity technique to consume a long lifespan. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the Sky Regicide Sword. He flew to the other side, and when he arrived at the forest that he had set up beforehand, everyone had already entered the formation. He entered the formation and killed the remaining Azuras with a swing of his sword. Then he brought out 10 white, Dew-Hall disciples and divided his little finger into 11 parts. Ignoring their refusal, he charged towards Song Qingji's group. The 200 Azuras that Song Qingji was facing were the weakest, but they also had the largest number of Azuras. It looked like they were in a deadlock. With the addition of Chu Li and the others, the situation suddenly changed. The power of Song Qingji and the others' formation suddenly increased. Then, Chu Li weaved in and out of the formation, and each of his swords struck one after another. His figure shuttled between all the formations like a fish. He was unusually agile and did not interfere with the formation's operation. Instead, he even increased the formation's power. He was suddenly in front and suddenly behind, and it was impossible to guard against him. After a while, there were only 100 Azuras left out of the 200, but the remaining ones did not despair. They let out shrill screams to attract their companions to support them. After a while, another 20 Azuras died, but there was still no support. They felt that something was wrong and began to prepare to self-destruct. Chu Li's figure suddenly sped up. He could sense in advance which Azuras were about to self-destruct, and he would stab them to death as soon as they thought about it. In the blink of an eye, another 10 Azuras had died by his sword. "Use your secret skill," Song Qingji shouted when he saw this. Suddenly, the sword light shone brightly like a sun falling to the ground, so bright that the Azuras could not open their eyes. Before they could open their eyes, they were already dead. This was also the result of the white dew formation operating to its limit. They had already realized that after activating their potential and operating the white dew formation to its limit, they could make their bodies shine so brightly that they could not open their eyes. This was their last chance. If they did not seize the opportunity to kill the Azuras, they would cause them to self-destruct. "Good job, everyone," Song Qingji praised. "Hurry, let's go over there." He and Chu Li rushed at the front. "How is it over there?" "It's been taken care of." Chu Li nodded. "There's a great Azura. Everyone be careful." "Great Azura." Song Qingji's excitement disappeared, and he frowned. They actually sent a great Azura. Although there were more great Asuras than supreme celestial beings, they were also of high status among the Asuras. Asuras could not be killed, so there was no need to cherish them. That was why great Asuras were rarely seen in the foreign battlefields. Asuras were enough to deal with or even kill celestial beings. Great Asuras would only be sent to assassinate a difficult person like Chuli. Chuli said, "Since they send a great Asura, we should send out supreme celestial beings too. We have to report this," Song Chengji said slowly. As the hall leader of the Rain Master Palace, although he was a supreme celestial being, he was at the bottom of the supreme celestial beings. If he encountered a great Asura, he might be killed. If the hall leader was killed, it would definitely destroy their morale. Fighting in the foreign battlefields relied on morale. Once morale collapsed, they would not be able to use 80% of their abilities. Chuli nodded. The two of them quickly met up with another group of white Du clan disciples and killed Asuras again. Like a rolling snowball, they continued forward until they killed all 6 groups of Asuras. Although some white Du clan disciples were heavily injured, with the help of the white Du pill, they were fine as long as they did not die. Not a single white Du clan disciple was lost, so it was a great victory. Everyone returned to Crouching Dragon City in high spirits and gathered the little fingers of Asuras they collected at the governor's residence. They recorded their contributions and became even more excited as they looked at the piles of little fingers. All of them felt that returning to the Outerium slaughter grounds was indescribably satisfying. Everything went smoothly, and it was as if they'd easily and freely established meritorious deeds that they'd never thought of in the past. Moreover, they didn't suffer any losses, and they were truly fortunate. Footsteps sounded as Zheng Tianlong strode into the hall. Beside him, a tall and handsome young man walked slowly. He wore a green robe and walked with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold and arrogant, as if he was looking down on everyone. Zheng Tianlong glanced at the pile of little fingers on the ground and instantly smiled. He laughed. Good kill. The White Du clan is really good." Song Qingji chuckled. "Governor Zheng, you flatter me. We met because of fate. You're too humble. I know how difficult it is to deal with Asuras," Zheng Tianlong laughed. "It'll be boring if you keep being humble." "Haha, it's indeed a great victory." Song Qingji laughed. "This is..." He looked at the tall and handsome young man and felt a ghastly aura coming towards him. He wanted to avoid it. "This is young Master Zhao Haiyuan who just arrived." Zheng Tianlong smiled. "Brother Gao from the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion." "The Heaven-Shaking Pavilion?" Song Qingji's expression changed slightly. He solemnly closed fist saluted. "Song Qingji from the White Du clan of the Rain Palace greets young Master Zhao." Chapter 1996. Chuli glanced at Zhao Haiyuan and felt a chill down his spine. Of course, he knew about the heaven-shaking brothel. It was the most mysterious of the 9 divisions of the Outland. It was said that it knew the secrets of the heavens and was similar to the stargazing pavilion in the lower realm. However, its position was much higher. The stargazing pavilion knew the secrets of the heavens, but their martial arts were not strong. He heard from Li Xinghe that there was an ancestral teaching that one must not pursue the strongest martial arts or become an enlightened master. Otherwise, they would be punished by the heavens. However, the heaven-shaking brothel not only knew the secrets of the heavens, but also had strong martial arts. The disciples of the brothel were almost all supreme, celestial beings. It was the most detached and difficult division among the 9 divisions. No one dared to provoke them. Even though Song Wuji controlled the Thunder Pool, he was wary of the heaven-shaking brothel. The disciples of the heaven-shaking brothel rarely showed themselves. They would only appear during crucial moments. Zhao Haiyuan's cold and condescending gaze shifted to Chuli. "You're Chuli from the Ji dynasty?" Chuli fist saluted. "Chuli greets young Master Zhao." "Very good," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. "You also know the divination technique." Chuli nodded. "I know a thing or two, just the surface." "You're not just the surface," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. "You're the reason why we were able to win this battle, right?" Chu Li smiled, but did not answer. Song Qingji said. Chu Li had predicted the location of the Azuras in advance. We've been lying in wait and ambushing them. Now that we've killed them, we've gained a great advantage. If this group of Azuras were to attack the city, the consequences would be unpredictable. They can't do anything, Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. Yes. Song Qingji did not refute and nodded. Zhao Haiyuan asked, Chu Li, who is your master? I once obtained a set of Heavenly Heart technique. I'm quite talented in cultivating it, but I don't know to what extent. Chu Li shook his head. Zhao Haiyuan frowned. Heavenly Heart technique derived from the divination technique. If you're not a disciple of the Stargazing Pavilion and cultivate the divination technique, you'll have to abolish the Heavenly Heart technique. Chu Li was stunned. Song Qingji hurriedly said, Young Master Zhao, Chu Li is cultivating the Heavenly Heart technique, not the Heavenly Mystery technique. Moreover, this is a martial art that he cultivated in the lower realm, not the Grandmaster boundary. Zhao Haiyuan said coldly, no matter where he cultivates, only disciples of the Stargazing Pavilion can cultivate the Heavenly Mystery technique. This is the rule. Chu Li must destroy the Heavenly Heart technique, or else don't blame the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion for being ruthless. Chu Li was calm as usual. Young Master Zhao, are you here to cripple my martial arts? Or are you here to deal with the heavenly demon? It's hard for a sky fiend to achieve anything. Zhao Haiyuan said calmly. Don't think about using the Heavenly Heart Manual to enter the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion. You can only destroy the Heavenly Heart Manual. If you don't agree, the Stargazing Pavilion will make a move and take your life. I'm not from the Stargazing Pavilion, so I'll let you go for now. Chu Li said, Thank you, Master Zhao. Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. If I were you, I would have destroyed the Heavenly Heart technique long ago to prevent the Stargazing Pavilion from finding me. The Stargazing Pavilion of the Heavenly Shaking Pavilion is not the Stargazing Pavilion of your lower worlds. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Chu Li nodded slowly. All right, I'll destroy the Heavenly Heart technique when I return today. Chu Li, Song Qingji said hurriedly. Being able to predict the heavenly mystery was a terrifying ability. Chu Li was able to avoid the Great Azura's assassination and the Celestial's assassination because of the Heavenly Heart technique. Now that he was going to destroy it, he was digging his own grave. What a character, Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. When it's time to make a decision, then make a decision. Chu Li closed fist saluted. You flatter me. Zhao Haiyuan ignored him and turned to look at Zheng Tianlong. Governor Zheng, gather all the protectors of the governor's residence. I want to find the heavenly demon. All right. Zheng Tianlong nodded. Zhao Haiyuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He only showed the back of his head to Chu Li and the others, as if they were nothing. Song Qingji pulled Chu Li, indicating that he had something to say to him. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. He lifted his chin at Zhao Haiyuan, wanting to see how Zhao Haiyuan would deal with the heavenly demon. He wanted to know how Zhao Haiyuan would deal with the heavenly demon's treasure that suppressed the heavenly mystery. Zhao Haiyuan looked at the sky with his hand behind his back and said coldly with his back facing them, Before I came, the Elders Guild ordered that the White Dew clan is under my command. Yes, Song Qingji agreed without hesitation. Disperse. Take those things too, Zhao Haiyuan said. Song Qingji waved his hand. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei led the others away with a pile of little thumbs. Only Song Qingji and Chu Li stayed behind. Zhao Haiyuan did not seem to care about the two of them. He only looked at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if there was a great mystery in the void that was worth studying. Chu Li was silent. Song Qingji was silent as well. After a while, Zheng Tianlong strode in. Young Master Zhao, all the protectors are outside. Shall we go and take a look? Zhao Haiyuan said. Bring them in. Bring them all in? Zheng Tianlong said. This place can't hold them. 2 batches. Zhao Haiyuan scoffed. All right. Zheng Tianlong turned and left. 2,000 city guards dressed in black entered in a solemn and silent manner. They were uniform and silent, as if they had no emotions of their own. They looked at Zhao Haiyuan calmly and coldly, not even sparing Chu Li and Song Qingji a glance. It was as if they did not exist. Chu Li felt the energy of this group of city guards. They were all first rank. He shook his head. He had originally thought that first-rank celestials were very rare. Only after arriving at the Grandmaster did he realize that in important places like the 9 divisions and Wulong City, first-rank celestials were very common. Thinking about it carefully, Wulong City was very important. It was the gateway to the extraterritorial battlefield, so it was understandable that the city guards were all first rank. Perhaps there were not as many first-rank celestials as he thought. Otherwise, there would not only be 4,000 city guards, but 10,000 or even 100,000. They did not move. Zhao Haiyuan looked at the sky with his hands behind his back, as if he had forgotten about them. Chu Li knew that he was using his heart technique because Zhao Haiyuan's energy suddenly became ethereal. It was as if he was far away in the void, far away in the sky. His body was there, but his mind was far away. After a while, Zhao Haiyuan pointed behind him, but he still did not turn his head. Zheng Tianlong looked at an old man and said in a low voice, "Elder Han, come out." "Yes, City Lord." A thin and lean old man strode out of the ranks and arrived in front of Zheng Tianlong in a single step. Zhao Haiyuan waved his hand. Zheng Tianlong said, "Go out." The city guard in black turned around and walked back, still in an orderly fashion. Chu Li sighed inwardly. To be able to train a first-rank celestial to this level, Zheng Tianlong's ability could not be underestimated. Not just anyone could become the mayor of Wulong City. Zheng Tianlong looked at the thin old man and sighed. "Elder Han." He suddenly flashed behind Elder Han and struck out with his palm. Bang! Elder Han moved like a ghost and met Zheng Tianlong's attack with his right palm. He was not at a disadvantage and was about to disappear in a flash. Cheat! With a clear whistle, Elder Han's body suddenly froze. An invisible finger force had already hit him. Zhao Haiyuan retracted his right hand into his wide sleeve and continued to look at the sky with his hands behind his back. Zheng Tianlong cupped his hands at Zhao Haiyuan and continued to pat Elder Han's body a few more times, sealing several major acupuncture points before bringing him into the hall. He stood on the steps and raised his voice. "Second team, come in." 2,000 city guards in black appeared in an orderly fashion. They still did not look at Chu Li and Song Qingji, standing in front of Zheng Tianlong without moving. Zhao Haiyuan stretched out his hand and pointed twice. Zheng Tianlong's expression changed slightly. He slowly said, "Zheng Shi, Lu Yongzhou, step forward." Chapter 1997. Zheng Tianlong stared at the two and scoffed. He waved his hand. "Get out." The group of black-clothed city guards marched out of the courtyard in front of the hall in unison, not making a single sound. Zheng Tianlong stared at the two, especially at the young man on the left. His eyes shone like fireworks. Zhao Haiyuan tapped twice. The silent finger force landed on the bodies of the two youths, emitting a soft chi sound. It directly broke through the two's astral energy defense and sealed their movements. Zheng Tianlong instantly sent out several palm strikes, sealing their movements. Zheng Tianlong stared at the young man on the left and said coldly, "Zheng Shi is dead, right?" Zheng Shi looked confused. Zheng Tianlong gritted his teeth and said, "I will send you to the Spirit Mountain Temple and let you bathe in the light of Buddha. I will make you wish you were dead and send you to heaven." Zheng Shi frowned. "Governor, what are you doing? Do you know that this is a disciple of the heaven-shaking tower? Do you think you can hide it?" Zheng Tianlong pointed at Zhao Haiyuan. Zheng Shi shook his head. "What did I do wrong that the heaven-shaking tower's disciple has to come?" Zheng Tianlong laughed in anger. He shook his head. Fine. Wait until you enter the Spirit Mountain Temple. Let's see if you can still say such things." When Zhao Haiyuan appeared, Chu Li retracted his omniscient mirror and heavenly star insight skill. Even so, he could tell that she had a close relationship with Zheng Tianlong. It was possible that he was Zheng Tianlong's nephew or someone even closer to him, which was why Zheng Tianlong had lost his composure. Zhao Haiyuan said coldly, "Governor Zheng, the heavenly demon is still here. Bring the scribes of the town guard's residence." Okay. Zheng Tianlong looked at Zheng Shi and brought him and Lu Yongzhou into the hall. He quickly composed himself and brought the scribes of the town guards over. Although the scribes were quiet, they were not as well trained as the town guards. They stood scattered and looked around carefully. Chuli was also stared by them. Zhao Haiyuan was still looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. After a while, he pointed 2 fingers. 2 fingers followed by 2 finger energies. Chuli was secretly shocked. Now that he had hidden the omniscient mirror, he could not see the finger energy. He only knew that it was invisible and soundless. He did not even feel any danger. If it was a finger energy that could obscure the celestial intuition, he might not be able to dodge it. He was even more afraid of Zhao Haiyuan. Under the power of Zhao Haiyuan's finger, the movements of the 2 delicate maids stopped. Then, Zheng Tianlong stepped forward and sealed their acupoints. Zhao Haiyuan waved his hand. Zheng Tianlong dismissed the guards and maids with a wave of his hand and brought the 2 maids into the main hall. His face was as gloomy as water. He never expected that so many sky fiends would sneak into the city lord's mansion. It really made him, the city lord, lose face. Moreover, such a mistake was enough for him to be removed from the position of city lord and step down dejectedly. Zhao Haiyuan said, "There are more in the city. Come with me." "Yes," Zheng Tianlong said solemnly. Zhao Haiyuan left the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back. Chu Li and Song Qingji did not follow. It would not be wise to do so. Looking at Zheng Tianlong's face, they knew that he did not want others to know about such a mistake. Song Qingji brought Chu Li to his own courtyard. As soon as he entered, before his but even landed on the stone bench, he said, "Chu Li, are you really going to destroy the heavenly heart technique?" Chu Li nodded. Song Qingji said, "Are you willing? I'm even more unwilling to give up my life. This Zhao Haiyuan is very dangerous, and the stargazing pavilion is even more dangerous, right?" Chu Li sighed and showed a helpless expression. In fact, it was easy to destroy it. He could just hang it on the life and death tree, and it would be difficult for others to notice. He was very confident in the life and death scripture. He felt that even the heaven-shaking tower could not see through it. It was said that the scripture of life and death came from the 33 heavens, and the scripture of life and death also belonged to the 33 heavens. Although it was only a legend, it still gave him great confidence. Unfortunately, he had never been able to thoroughly understand the scripture of life and death, and had only touched the surface of it. There are 6 pavilions in the heaven-shaking tower. The stargazing pavilion is one of them. All right, the stargazing pavilion in the lower realm is also passed down from the stargazing pavilion. Song Qingji said, looking at Zhao Haiyuan's situation, he should belong to the void observation pavilion. The void observation pavilion. Chu Li muttered and searched in his mind. Unfortunately, he only knew about the heaven-shaking tower and not the void observation pavilion. As for the stargazing pavilion, he had only heard of it. The stargazing pavilion here is not the stargazing pavilion in the lower realm. The cosmic power they cultivate is to guide starlight into the body and turn it into pure inner energy. Although it is not invincible, it is rare to find a worthy opponent. Song Qingji shook his head and sighed. There is no way out after offending them. Not only did they have strong martial arts, but they could also predict the opponent's movements. There was no way to escape. Chu Li said, "So you should just destroy the heavenly heart technique. You have to lower your head when you're under someone else's roof." Song Qingji looked Chu Li up and down. Chu Li smiled. "What are you looking at, clan leader? I'm not as good as you." Song Qingji shook his head. Advancing and retreating at will, changing at will. As the world's #1 master, it is really rare to be able to do this. Chu Li said, "I was not the world's #1 back then. Now, I'm just returning to the situation back then. It is easy to advance, but difficult to retreat. How many people can do that? Song Qingji smiled. If it was him, he would not be able to take this lying down. He would not agree to destroy the Heavenly Heart technique so easily, especially since the Heavenly Heart technique could bring him so many benefits. How could he give it up so easily? Chu Li said, the Heaven-Shaking Tower status is so high that it is much higher than the Rainmaster Hall. They are aware of the heavenly secrets, Song Qingji said. Moreover, they are independent and do not like to deal with worldly affairs. They do not care about worldly benefits, so they are trusted by everyone. Chu Li slowly nodded. If he really has an order, do not disobey, Song Qingji said. Otherwise, if he makes a move, we will not be able to stop him. He could naturally sense that Zhao Haiyuan's cultivation level was far higher than his. It would be easy for him to take care of the White Dew Hall. The moon was as round as a mirror, and the moonlight was clear. Chu Li, Song Changji, Mo Hong, and Fu Tianlei sat in the main hall of the town guard's house. Zheng Tianlong sat opposite them with a gloomy face. Zhao Haiyuan sat on the highest seat, holding a silver cup in a daze. The main hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a while, Zhao Haiyuan put down the silver cup and said, Tomorrow, the White Dew Hall will go to the Triple Dragon Mountain. Strive to clear the Triple Dragon Mountain in 2 days. Yes, Song Qingji said. Chu Li did not say anything. The Triple Dragon Mountain was located in the mountain range before the Crouching Dragon Mountain. It was the second last mountain. The foreign battlefield was close to the outland. There were 9 mountains in total. Previously, the Celestials and Azura fought outside the 9 mountains. The Celestials were losing ground and had already pushed to the last mountain, the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Even so, they were not paid much attention. They felt that the Azura could not attack the Crouching Dragon Mountain, and that it was more important to deal with the Heavenly Demon first. Now that they heard that the Heavenly Demon and the Azura were working together, the Elder Society finally paid attention. Zhao Haiyuan said, Go back and rest. He got up and left with his hands behind his back. Zheng Tianlong shook his head and did not say anything else. He closed fist saluted. Thank you, White Dew Hall. Song Qingji forced a smile. It's our duty. Farewell. He led Chu Li out. As soon as they left the main hall, they saw Zhao Haiyuan standing on the steps and looking at the sky. When Chu Li approached, Zhao Haiyuan looked at the night sky and said, It's good that you were able to destroy the Heavenly Heart technique in time. After that, he walked down the steps and left. Chapter 1998. Chu Li closed fist, saluted, and sighed in relief. It seemed that the life and death scripture could hide from his senses. He hung the Heavenly Heart technique, Star Insight technique, and Omniscient Mirror on the life and death tree and hid them in the void of his mind. Zhao Haiyuan's thoughts were unpredictable, but Chu Li was more afraid. He did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him, but that was not necessarily the case. It was not easy to guess the thoughts of someone who could predict the future. However, he was proficient in the Heavenly Star Void Insight art. He knew that those who divined the heavenly secrets were usually indifferent to emotions and viewed others as ants. They would not value outsiders, no matter which side they belonged to, as they were merely pawns. Chu Li had the Omniscient Mirror and Mahavairocana's Immobility Scripture, so he could control this strange feeling. However, people like Zhao Haiyuan, who had been cultivating the Heavenly Heart technique, could not avoid it. Song Qingji shook his head at the moon gate. How troublesome. Chu Li, did you really destroy the Heavenly Heart technique? Chu Li nodded. Sighed. Song Qingji was very regretful. Chu Li with the Heavenly Heart technique and without it were completely different. The magical effects of the Heavenly Heart technique could be seen from the previous victory. It was a pity. Damned the heaven-shaking tower. He was angry but helpless, so he could only pat Chu Li sympathetically. Chu Li said, Clan leader, be careful. Don't get everyone killed. What's the point of killing more Azuras? Song Qingji's eyes narrowed as he understood Chu Li's meaning. He thought about it and shook his head. It's useless. Let's leave it to fate. His words were useless in front of Zhao Haiyuan. Their status was too low. Chu Li said, "Where's the person from the Rain Master Palace?" "I'll try." Song Chengji nodded. He suddenly disappeared. Void aversion could not be used outside Sleeping Dragon City, but it could be used inside. After a while, Song Qingji did not return. Chu Li knew that it was not going well. After a while, Song Qingji appeared. His face was dark and unsightly. Chu Li knew it was not going well. Song Qingji shook his head. "Deputy leader told us to listen to Zhao Haiyuan and not to think too much." Chu Li frowned. "Deputy leader is afraid of the heaven-shaking tower? We cannot offend the heaven-shaking pavilion. Otherwise, we would not even know if we ambushed them." Song Qingji shook his head and said, "But our Rain Master Hall isn't that easily intimidated. It's just that the Hall Master is in seclusion and the two Deputy Hall Masters don't want to take responsibility. It's really—" He shook his head with an indignant look on his face. Chu Li said, "I can only listen to Master Zhao. There's no other way." Song Qingji said, "Who asked us to be just a small, white dew hall? If we were the front department, we wouldn't be so stifled." Chu Li smiled and said nothing. He already understood the ins and outs of the front hall department. They only obeyed the orders of the temple master and did not listen to anyone else. Even if Zhao Haiyuan came over, it would be useless. Unfortunately, the front hall department was even stricter in its recruitment process. Usually, they would select the best from the 4 halls or recruit the top powerhouses. Those who were not rank, one could not enter. Moreover, not all rank, one could enter. They needed to be the top among rank 1. Song Qingji said, "But Zhao Haiyuan wouldn't deliberately harm us." Chu Li nodded. "That's true. Zhao Haiyuan wouldn't purposely harm the White Dew Hall. There was no need to harm the White Dew Hall, but he wouldn't value the White Dew Hall either. If he wanted to kill as many Asuras and heavenly demons as possible, the safety of the White Dew Hall would not be the priority." The next morning, they arrived at the main hall of the Castellan's residence. Zhao Haiyuan was standing on the steps with his hands behind his back. He was looking up at the sky and looking at the morning sun. Chu Li was pulled over by Song Qingji. Song Qingji trusted Chu Li quite a bit now. Although he didn't have a position in the White Dew Hall, he had authority. Moreover, his knowledge and wisdom were extraordinary, so he could come up with ideas. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei followed. Zheng Tianlong stood at the bottom of the steps. He was pacing with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn, and he seemed to be deep in thought. So many heavenly demons had infiltrated the Castellan's residence and Sleeping Dragon City. He was thinking of a way to make up for his mistakes. Sleeping Dragon City had too much of his time and effort. He was not willing to be transferred away so easily. Zhao Haiyuan turned around and glanced at Chu Li and Song Qingji. He said calmly, "Come in." The 5 of them entered the main hall and saw an imposing topographical map hanging on the east wall. The mountains and forests were drawn on it. It looked very realistic, and they felt like they were there just by looking at it. Zhao Haiyuan approached the map with his hands behind his back. He reached out and tapped on it a few times. Suddenly, a few black dots appeared on the map. Zhao Haiyuan made a few more strokes on the map. A few black lines appeared around the black dots, from south to north. Chu Li could already tell that the black dots were located on 3 Dragons Mountain. Behind them was Sleeping Dragon Mountain. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Zhao Haiyuan's divination technique was extremely brilliant. He was able to directly calculate the route and location of the Asuras. More importantly, he couldn't see the depth of the heavenly demons in Sleeping Dragon City. These heavenly demons had treasures protecting them, which prevented them from prying. However, Zhao Haiyuan was able to clearly calculate their location. He had always thought that his Heavenly Star Insight technique had reached an extremely profound level. He could look down on the world and even be at the top of the Grandmaster's boundary. Zhao Haiyuan's appearance had poured a bucket of cold water on him. Only now did he realize that there was always someone better than him. Perhaps the Heavenly Star Insight technique wasn't the top secret technique. It couldn't compare to the secret technique of the heaven-shaking pavilion. Or perhaps Zhao Haiyuan had some kind of treasure that could restrain the protective treasures of the heavenly demons. But no matter what, Zhao Haiyuan was able to deduce Azura's route, and this was better than him. Regardless of whether Zhao Haiyuan had used a treasure or not, Zhao Haiyuan was still better than him. He could deduce where Azura was, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact route. Zhao Haiyuan pointed at the map and said calmly, "For groups of Azuras, too strong and too weak. The city guard will send out 2,000 to deal with these two groups with the White Dew Hall. Ignore the other two groups." Zheng Tianlong frowned. "If we ignore them, what if they attack Sleeping Dragon City? They won't be able to take Sleeping Dragon City," Zhao Haiyuan said calmly. Zheng Tianlong said, "That will scare everyone." "They should be scared," Zhao Haiyuan said. "Be prepared for danger in times of peace." Anger flashed across Zheng Tianlong's face, but he quickly hid it. Once the Azuras attacked Sleeping Dragon City, regardless of whether they could break in or not, it would cause great panic among the citizens. Sleeping Dragon City would become desolate, and most of the citizens would leave Sleeping Dragon City. He had spent many years to dispel the citizens' panic, making everyone believe that the Azuras couldn't break through the ninth peak to attack Crouching Dragon Mountain. Once the two groups of Azuras attacked, everyone's confidence would collapse. "Unless you send out the remaining 2,000 city guards to face the two groups at Crouching Dragon Mountain," Zhao Haiyuan said calmly. "All right," Zheng Tianlong said slowly. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. This Zhao Haiyuan seemed to be quiet, but he had a good plan. He immediately asked Zheng Tianlong to send out all the city guards. Zheng Tianlong must have some misgivings and wouldn't agree. Even if he was a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion, Zheng Tianlong wouldn't agree to this. Now, Zheng Tianlong had taken the initiative to ask for all the city guards to be sent out. This was a little risky. If there were any changes, the city guards would be empty and Sleeping Dragon City might really be taken over. Chapter 1999. It seemed that Zhao Haiyuan was very confident in his prediction and was not worried about making a mistake. If something were to go wrong, an empty Sleeping Dragon City would be easily breached, especially if chaos broke out from within. It was too easy to defend against such a situation. If he was an Azura or a heavenly demon, he would definitely be able to do it. Zhao Haiyuan suddenly turned around and their eyes met. "What are you trying to say, Chu Li?" he asked. "Are you not worried that heavenly demons or Azuras will come in?" Chu Li thought for a moment. Zhao Haiyuan shook his head. "They split into 4 groups and cannot enter Sleeping Dragon City." Chu Li said, "From what I know, Grand Azuras can enter the Grandmaster's boundary. Since heavenly demons can enter Sleeping Dragon City, could there be other heavenly demons that have left the city and enter the Grandmaster's boundary? If these heavenly demons suddenly return to Sleeping Dragon City, how are we going to suppress them? If no heavenly demons enter the Grandmaster's boundary and no Grand Azuras enter, Sleeping Dragon City will not fall into chaos." Zhao Haiyuan said. Chu Li shook his head. "There are bound to be oversights in divination. It's better to be prepared. I don't need others to tell me what to do," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. Chu Li smiled and said nothing more. Zheng Tianlong said, "I will leave 1 to 200 city guards." Zhao Haiyuan looked at him coldly. Zheng Tianlong sighed. "We have to be on guard. It's always good to be prepared." Zhao Haiyuan said coldly, "So you don't believe in my prediction?" Zheng Tianlong quickly waved his hand. "I have no doubts about your prediction, young Master Zhao. However, the city cannot be without city guards. If someone were to take advantage of the situation and cause panic among the people, it would be troublesome." "I still don't believe you," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. Zheng Tianlong said, "Young Master Zhao, as the mayor, this is my duty. I cannot risk Sleeping Dragon City." Zhao Haiyuan waved his hand. "Go out now, ambush them, or fight them head-on. It's up to you. Just kill the 2,000 Azuras. Go." Zheng Tianlong closed fists, saluted, and hurried out, afraid that Zhao Haiyuan would change his mind. Chu Li followed Song Qingji out. There were already more than 1,600 White Dew Clan disciples waiting outside the main hall. They were in high spirits and were no longer afraid of Azura. Instead, they were eager to fight and could not wait to start the fight. The White Dew formation's power had greatly increased, and with the help of Chu Li's formation, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It was a piece of cake for them to defeat the Azuras, and the merit points for killing an Azura was enough for them to cultivate diligently for 10 years. This was a rare opportunity to make a contribution. More than 1,000 people calmly walked out of Wulong City. The commoners on the streets looked on excitedly. They could feel the high spirits and fighting spirit of the White Dew Hall disciples and felt confident. Once they were out of Wulong City, Song Qingji started cursing. The people from the heaven-shaking pavilion are all the same. Their eyes grow on top of their heads, and they never look anyone in the eye. You're just a brat. What are you being so arrogant for? Emohung nodded and said, Yes, yes. Fu Tianlei hurriedly waved his hand and said, Hall Master, be careful with your words. Although we are far away, who knows if he can hear us? So what if he can hear us? Song Qingji scoffed. Even if he can hear us, I still have to say it. Are we going to break our legs just because of one word from him? If you're so capable, then leave Wulong City and enter the slaughterhouse outside the boundaries. If Zhao Haiyuan had personally fought, he would not have been so angry. However, looking at Zhao Haiyuan's attitude, it seemed that he would not fight at all. He would only sit in Wulong City and watch the show, as if only the White Dew Hall was qualified to do such things. Chu Li sighed and said, Hall Master, his martial arts is very powerful. I can't compare to him. The sun, moon, and star divisions are all arrogant. The heaven-shaking pavilion is the star division. They cultivate diligently all day and have spirit pills and treasures at their fingertips. How can their martial arts not be powerful? Song Qingji said hatefully. A pig can also become a top-notch master. Hall Master, Fu Tianlei hurriedly said. Song Qingji would not be satisfied if he did not curse a few times. Firstly, she was dissatisfied with Zhao Haiyuan. Secondly, she had encountered the Rain Master Hall. The Rain Master Hall was too disappointing. They actually did not stand up for the White Dew Hall and made the White Dew Hall obediently listen to the heaven-shaking tower. As the Hall Master, he could not complain to the disciples of the White Dew Hall that the Rain Master Palace was weak. Otherwise, it would affect their morale. He could only keep it in his heart and not let it out. He scolded Zhao Haiyuan for using it as a pretext. Hall Master, are we going to ambush them halfway or wait at their campsite? Chu Li changed the topic to prevent him from continuing to curse. If Zhao Haiyuan heard him, he would be extremely afraid of Zhao Haiyuan, who is unpredictable. Song Qingji frowned and said, What do you think? To be safe, let's wait at their campsite, Chu Li said. All right, what other ideas do you have? Song Qingji asked. Chu Li said, I plan to set up 2 formations, one to hide us and the other to trap them. Good idea. Song Qingji smiled. Using formations to deal with the Azuras was overkill. However, it was powerful. Once they encountered a Grand Azura, it would be difficult to trap them unless it was an extremely powerful formation. Formations like that usually required a lot of effort and manpower to set up. It would be difficult to set up a formation in a short period of time. He did not have high hopes. The 2 formations that Chu Li had set up were already very powerful. They talked as they walked. After half a day, they arrived at the place marked on the map. It was the peak of a mountain in the 3 Dragons mountain range. The Azuras were indeed arrogant for daring to stay in a place like this. Chu Li began to set up a formation. He threw out more than 10 jade pendants and set up a formation to conceal aura and killing intent on the east side. It was isolated from his surroundings so that the Azuras would not be able to sense his killing intent. The formation on the west side did not move. It was not a formation filled with killing intent. It was just a simple maze formation. It was not dangerous, but it would take a while to get out. He knew that the Azuras had sharp senses. If the formation was too powerful, they would be able to sense the danger. 2 hours later, a group of middle-aged men in gray clothes fluttered over. Chu Li used the omniscient mirror to check. There were 1,200 Azuras. Each of them had a profound cultivation level. They were strong opponents. If he were to face them head-on, he might not be their match. Chu Li's expression suddenly changed when he saw them approaching. What's wrong? Song Qingji stood next to him on a treetop, secretly observing the Azuras that were gradually approaching. Chu Li frowned. Clan leader, get everyone in a formation and prepare for battle. The formation is useless now, and there are many Grand Azuras. After a while, he carefully observed and found that there were 12 Grand Azuras hidden. Damn it! Song Qingji clenched his fist and cursed. He was most afraid of Grand Azuras appearing. He did not expect that his worst fear would come true. His luck was terrible. Zhao Haiyuan didn't say anything. Song Qingji said angrily. Chu Li said, maybe to him, Grand Azuras are nothing. Song Qingji glared at him and turned to float into the formation. He began to order everyone to get into formation and prepare for battle. A tough battle was about to begin. Chu Li stared at the approaching Azuras. Their bodies were surrounded by an invisible force. He was familiar with this force, as he had felt it from the Great One Palace's formation-breaking talisman. He did not know if these Azuras cultivated secret skills or had treasures on them. Regardless, there were obviously capable people among the Azuras who knew that the Azuras they had lost earlier had died to the formation. A sharp whistle was heard. 1,200 Azuras rushed toward the White Du clan disciples. Chapter 2000. The 12 silhouettes were like 12 shadows, appearing in front of Chu Li in a flash and surrounding him. Chu Li's expression changed slightly. He unsheathed his sword and slowly slid it across the neck of a middle-aged man, killing him. Then, it slid across the neck of another middle-aged man, killing him. The bodies of the two middle-aged men exploded with a bang and turned into a red mist. Then, 2 hearts of Azura flashed and disappeared. Song Qingji, who was attacking with his sword, was secretly shocked. What a sky killer! He could tell at once that the 12 attacking fellows were great Azuras, and it seemed like their target was Chu Li. Obviously, they knew about Chu Li's whereabouts. Chu Li had always been the assassination target of great Azuras. They had tried to assassinate him several times, but none of them succeeded. Instead, they lost many great Azuras. He did not expect that 12 great Azuras would appear this time. His movements were a fraction too slow, because he was too shocked and worried. With his abilities, he could fend off 1 great Azura, but he would not be able to defeat 2 of them. He could only hold on for a while. Even though Chu Li was at the lower grade, he would not be able to survive against 10 great Azuras. However, it seemed like Chu Li had also been assassinated by 10 great Azuras previously. He had managed to escape unscathed, so he might be able to survive. As long as these 12 great Azuras were not as strong as the 10 great Azuras from before, it would be fine. However, he knew that the great Azuras this time would be stronger, so he would not be able to survive. Unfortunately, no matter what, he still had to attack. Otherwise, if they killed Chu Li, it would be his turn next. Once the great Azuras attacked, they would not stop easily. They would kill until there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei initially wanted to come over and help, but when they saw Chu Li and Song Qingji attacking together, they decided to wait a little longer. The Azuras that were rushing over had profound cultivation levels, and their charging force was extremely strong. It was better to avoid their attacks first, and if they could free up their hands, they would help the clan leader and Chu Li. If they could not withstand their attacks, the morale of the White Du clan disciples would be shaken and the consequences would be disastrous. After using these 2 swords, Chu Li's expression was solemn. He could not use the Sky Killer anymore as his lifespan was running out. Bam, 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 bam. Beams of golden light descended from the sky and transformed into golden palms that attacked the 8 great Azuras. 2 of the great Azuras were occupied by Song Qingji, so Chu Li only had to deal with 8 of them. Without the heaven-killing sword, he could only use the unparalleled Vajra palm to deal with it. Palm after palm, he attacked crazily, wanting to win with strength. However, the great Azura's cultivation level was extremely high. Even though the Supreme Vajrapalm could restrain the Asura power technique, it could not completely suppress the Great Asura. He was already at a disadvantage, and it was getting more and more strenuous. The 8 Great Asuras worked together to form a formation that greatly increased its power. The 8 of them were enveloped in a layer of red light, and within the red light, the power of the Supreme Vajrapalm was greatly reduced, unable to threaten them. Song Qingji shouted, "Chu Li, hold on." When he saw that Chu Li was unable to hold on any longer and that the 8 Great Asuras had joined forces, he cursed, "That damn Zhao Haiyuan. Did he foresee this?" Chu Li said, "Clan leader, I'll lure them away. You guys retreat first." "No, we can't retreat." Song Qingji shouted, "If we retreat, the White Du clan will be too ashamed to face anyone. We can only hold on." Chu Li waved his palms and said, "Then tell everyone not to fight too fiercely. We have to quickly eliminate them." Song Qingji said, "The Asura's power is endless. The longer we fight, the more they gain the upper hand. By then, we won't have the strength to kill them." Chu Li said, "We don't need to kill the enemy. We need to protect ourselves first." "What's going on?" Song Qingji asked. Chu Li said, "I'm just guessing. We're likely to be the first pawns. If young Master Zhao is meticulous, he must have a backup plan." "That damn Zhao Haiyuan." Song Qingji immediately reacted. As a clan leader, he had experienced many things, so his mind was naturally not weak. With Chu Li's reminder, he immediately understood what Chu Li said. His White Du clan was being used as the vanguard, so he did not expect the White Du clan to eliminate these Asuras. Chu Li said, "Let's hold on for a while first. Clan leader, let everyone slow down and hold on for a while longer." "That makes sense," Song Qingji said. He had already realized that this group of Asuras was really difficult to deal with. They were not as weak as the previous 2 groups. It was obvious that the Asura realm was anxious and had sent out their elites. Against such powerful Asuras, it was impossible to kill them all in one go. In the end, they would be exhausted and killed by the Asuras instead. Chu Li waved the Supreme Vajrapalm while thinking of a solution. He channeled a trace of strange energy into the Chakram Pagoda to see if it could help. He had killed many Asuras recently and accumulated a lot of invisible energy. After adding it into the Chakram Pagoda became more solid and the energy inside the pagoda became stronger. Chu Li sighed. It was a pity that he did not have time to set up the 6 rarities formation. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake to deal with these 10 Great Asuras. He could only hold on for now. At this point, he could not care less about hiding the Heavenly Star Insight skill. He combined the Omniscient Mirror with the Heavenly Star Insight skill and tried his best to deduce a solution. The formation of the 8 Great Asuras combined their energy. The red light shield outside was the combined energy of the 8 people. When the Supreme Vajrapalm came into contact with it, it was weakened and could hardly threaten them. If he wanted to deal with them, he would have to break their formation. The Heavenly Star Insight skill was not the same as before. He quickly deduced the flaws of their formation. Every formation had a door of life and death. As long as he found the door of life, he could eliminate the formation's power. He lightly stepped on a spot and immediately entered the red light shield. He became a part of the formation and was not resisted by the formation. Bang, 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 bang. The Supreme Vajrapalm struck out densely. The Great Asuras did not panic. They took the Supreme Vajrapalm head-on and were only slightly at a disadvantage. Chu Li frantically activated the Supreme Vajrapalm. Even though he was fighting against 8 people, he still managed to suppress them. Song Qingji's spirit was lifted. This Chu Li did not let the White Du clan disciples fight with their lives, but he was fighting with his own. If he could take care of 1 or 2 Great Asuras, the situation would be much easier. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei rushed forward to help Chu Li. The Asura formation had been broken. The 2 of them approached without any hindrance, and each took on a Great Asura. They were also low-grade divine men, but not as strong as Song Qingji. Regardless, they were still low-grade. Although they were not as strong as the Great Asuras, they could hold one back. Chu Li knew that they could not hold them back for long. This was a rare opportunity. He immediately used the sacrificial power and the nature restoration 10,000 forms that had been hidden. The omniscient mirror, the heavenly star insight skill, and the nature restoration 10,000 forms were used together. TSK, TSK. With two soft whistles, the two great Asuras stopped moving. Although they could withstand the attack of the god-punishing Thunder Sword, Chu Li used a strange method to absorb the energy of the Star Stone. His soul energy had greatly increased and reached the limit. The power of the god-punishing Thunder Sword had increased greatly. Moreover, it had condensed more heaven thunders. When the god-punishing Thunder Sword moved, they were inevitably affected and their movements were slightly slower. Chu Li had been waiting for this moment. The sky-killing sword cut off two heads. The god-punishing Thunder Sword and the sky-killing sword worked together smoothly. The four great Asuras reacted very quickly. When the sky-killing sword was about to attack, their palm energy had already reached Chu Li's body. Two attacked his back while the other two attacked his chest. Chu Li did not dodge. He would rather endure the palm energy of the four great Asuras and insisted on killing the two great Asuras. Bam! The four palms hit his body almost at the same time. Chu Li had palm energy in front and behind him. Therefore, he stood on the spot and did not have the chance to dispel the palm energy. With a puff, he spat out a mist of blood and forced the two great Asuras to retreat. He pounced forward and escaped from the four palms of the two great Asuras behind him. In the air, another god-punishing Thunder Sword appeared. The two great Asuras behind him had top-notch light body techniques. The four palms were only a few inches away from his back. When one of the great Asuras stopped moving, the sky-killing sword cut off his head again. The palm energy of the other great Asura reached Chu Li's chest again. Chu Li did not dodge. He swung the sky-killing sword again. That great Asura saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated, barely avoiding the sky-killing sword. Chapter 2001. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 6 great Asuras had died. The sudden change shocked Song Chengji and the others. They could not help but lament. It was no wonder that Chu Li could remain unscathed under the pursuit of the great Asuras. His lethality was truly terrifying. He was like the reincarnation of the god of slaughter, killing the great Asuras with ease as if he was killing ordinary Asuras. Chu Li spat out another mouthful of blood. He sheathed his sword and calmly looked at the other 3 great Asuras. The 3 great Asuras' faces darkened as they glared at him. They knew that they had lost the chance to kill Chu Li. If they continued to fight, they would definitely die, even though Chu Li looked injured. But who knew if his injuries were light or heavy? What if he was a decoy? With such a profound cultivation level and powerful protective divine power, 2 palm strikes would not be fatal. Otherwise, they would have killed him long ago. When Chu Li saw that Song Chengji was in danger, he ignored the 3 Asuras and glided to Song Chengji's side. He faced a great Asura and did not dodge the great Asura's palm energy. Instead, he swung his sword. The great Asura could only dodge and did not dare to exchange blows with him. Song Chengji's eyes widened. Asuras were famous for not fearing death. They would exchange blows with each other and even their lives. When would they retreat? This great Asura was obviously afraid of Chu Li, which was rare for Asuras. His arrival made Song Chengji heave a sigh of relief. The 2 great Asuras were pressuring him, and he could be defeated at any time. The other 3 great Asuras surrounded Chu Li and Song Chengji. 5 great Asuras surrounded Chu Li and Song Chengji, but they could not pose too much of a threat. Moreover, they had identified Chu Li's concern for Song Chengji and used Song Chengji as his weakness. Chu Li could only block and defend. He was overwhelmed and could not divert his attention to attack. He looked like he was running for his life. Mo Hung and Fu Tianlei each took on a great Asura and slowly approached them. They were gradually losing it. Suddenly, the 4 of them each stood in a corner and resisted the 7 great Asura Steel's attacks. Chu Li stopped using the sacrificial technique and was no longer as aggressive as before. He began to deal with the great Azuras, and the situation fell into a stalemate. He did not dare to get too close, because he was afraid that the great Azura would self-destruct. The power of the heart of great Azura was too strong. Once it self-destructed again, even if his cultivation had improved greatly, he might not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to first slow down so that they would not be so tense and go to the extreme. Under Chu Li's support, Imo Hung and Fu Tianlei were barely holding on, but they did not give up. Fighting a great Azura was a rare opportunity. Aside from the precious experience, it would also greatly benefit their martial arts. Song Qingji, on the other hand, was restless. He raised his voice and shouted, "Everyone, protect yourselves first. Don't think about killing the enemy." Yes, the crowd responded. Their movements suddenly changed a little. They were less impatient and murderous, but more calm and unrestrained. The formation flowed more freely, and their hearts were no longer restless and impatient. Naturally, their moves became more mellow and gentle and more tenacious. The scene was suddenly in a stalemate. It was not easy for the Azuras to kill the White Du clan disciples. Even if their martial arts were superior, the White Du formation unleashed a powerful force that increased the White Du clan disciples' combat strength. From morning to evening, everyone was entangled in battle for the whole day. Under the situation where their inner energy was endless, no one showed weakness or retreated, but unknowingly, more than 100 White Du clan disciples had died. More than 100 Azuras had also died. In such a fierce battle, even if they tried their best to protect themselves, it was impossible to avoid casualties. The great Azuras held Chu Li and the others back, and the Azuras had the advantage. It was already rare for the White Du clan to lose more than 100 disciples, but as the number of White Du Hall disciples decreased, the power of the White Du formation was greatly reduced. By the time the moon reached the middle of the sky, another 200 White Du clan disciples had died. As Song Chengji defended against the great Azura's frenzied attacks, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, his heart burning with anxiety. Song Chengji shouted, "Chu Li, don't hold back anymore. If this goes on, there won't be many White Du clan disciples left." Chu Li smiled bitterly. "Clan leader, you think too highly of me." Song Chengji frowned. "Could it be I'm also empty now? I can barely handle it and scare them. I want to risk my life, but I can't." Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Clan leader, I've dragged everyone down." He said this calmly, but the great Azuras on the opposite side heard it clearly, but they did not believe him. "What are you saying?" Song Qingji scoffed. He was skeptical of Chu Li's words. It was indeed shocking that Chu Li killed 5 great Azuras, but since he could escape from 10 great Azuras, he must have more than that. Chu Li said, "Clan leader, you and the 2 deputy clan leaders will support the others first. I'll hold them back for a while." "All right," Song Qingji quickly replied. Chu Li activated the sacrificial divine power again, and his aura instantly increased. His palms suddenly sped up, and the golden light that fell from the sky formed a light pool, enveloping the 7 great Azuras. Song Qingji, Imo Hung, and Fu Tianlei immediately retreated and rushed toward the White Du clan disciples. Chu Li's palms were so fast that they could not be seen. Only the golden light pool shrouded the sky, turning into densely packed golden palm prints. Under the sacrificial divine power, the supreme Vajra palm's power increased greatly. The 7 great Azuras did not dare to be careless and carefully blocked it. 2 great Azuras rushed to block Song Chengji and the other 2. 2 supreme Vajra palm prints were aimed at their backs. The 2 great Azuras turned around to face the palm prints, but they did not dare to directly block it with their protective divine power. Bang! The 2 great Azuras were instantly stunned. These 2 supreme Vajra palms were infused with a strong power of thunder and lightning. Their bodies went numb, and they stiffened. Chu Li was far away from them, but he was not in a hurry to approach them. Instead, he launched a few more palm prints. The two great Azuras did not dare to take it head-on, and they glided away. This delay allowed Song Qingji and the others to enter the White Du Clan's formation. The formation's power increased greatly, and their initial disadvantage was alleviated. However, there were more than 10 formations, and they only had 3. They could not turn the situation around, and they were still in a stalemate. From time to time, White Du Clan disciples and Azuras would die. Chuli desperately held back the 7 great Azura masters. He was hit by the great Azuras from time to time, and he used his protective divine power to block it. He had already spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. Song Qingji and the others could no longer care about him, and they could no longer care about protecting themselves. They attacked with all their might, wanting to kill the Azuras, to take revenge, turn the situation around, and reduce the number of White Du Clan disciples who died. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. The White Du Clan disciples were still dying. When dawn broke the next day, they had fought for a day and a night, and there were only 1,003 White Du Clan disciples left. Chuli was still fighting with the 7 great Azuras. He had already shown signs of defeat, and he was struggling bitterly. Song Qingji's eyes were bloodshot. He only knew how to kill, and he did not care about anything else. Even if the entire White Du Clan was destroyed, he wanted to kill these Azuras and perish together with them. The sound of footsteps could be heard, and the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. 2,000 Devas surged forward and surrounded the White Du Clan and Azuras. Song Qingji's face was twisted, and he did not know what to feel. Chapter 2002. More than 2,000 people rushed over and attacked the Azuras. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief. Song Qingji, however, did not look happy. He sneered sarcastically. "Elder Song, aren't you happy that we're here to help?" A thin, middle-aged man shouted. His voice was hoarse, his face was thin, and he looked ill. He had an unruly temperament. "I'm not happy," Song Qingji scolded. "You guys came too early. You should have waited until we were all dead. There wouldn't be many Azuras left then. You wronged us," the thin, middle-aged man shouted. "We were ordered to come as soon as we received the order. We didn't delay at all. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the person who gave the order." He was not angry at Song Qingji for not knowing what was good for him. At first glance, Song Qingji was not grateful to the person who saved him. Instead, he was complaining. He was ungrateful and unworthy of saving. He understood the situation at once. The person who gave the order was waiting for the White Du Hall to finish off the Azuras before mobilizing the Autumn Wind Courtyard to take them down in one fell swoop. The Autumn Wind Courtyard had done a good deed, and the person who gave the order had done a good deed too. The only person who was sacrificed was the White Du Hall. If it was him, he would be furious too. "Zhao Haiyuan, you bastard!" Song Qingji scolded. Chuli said, "Clan leader, it's better if you talk less." "It's useless." Song Qingji asked, "Chuli, can you still hold on?" "I can hold on for a while," Chuli replied. His face was as pale as paper. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Song Qingji gritted his teeth. "Hold on. Elderly, hurry up and fight. If you can't take down these Azuras, the Autumn Wind Courtyard won't be able to face anyone. You don't have to worry. We'll fight with our lives," Li Gaoyuan said impatiently. His hoarse voice was heard. "Everyone, fight with your lives. Don't save your energy. Try to take them down in an hour." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. Song Qingji did not wait for Chuli to ask. He waved his sword and said, "This is the Autumn Wind Courtyard under the Wind God Royal Highness." The courtyard leader, Li Gaoyuan, is an honest man. He had a good relationship with Li Gaoyuan, or he would not speak so casually. Chu Li raised his voice. "Thank you for your help, Headmaster Li." Li Gaoyuan said, "Let's get rid of these guys first. It's not easy for you guys to hold on until now." He shouted at Song Qingji, "By the way, this is Chu Li," Song Qingji said, "Chu Li of the Ji dynasty. The one from the lower realm." Li Gaoyuan replied and looked at Chu Li in surprise. As he spoke, he waved his palm. His qigong was top-notch, and his movements were extremely fast, befitting the reputation of the Wind Divine Palace. As far as Chu Li knew, the light body technique of the Wind God Temple was unparalleled. The disciples of the Autumn Wind Courtyard also had excellent light body techniques. They circled around the Azuras and occasionally attacked with their palms. With the addition of the Autumn Wind Court's people, White Dew Hall immediately let out a sigh of relief. They coordinated with the Autumn Wind Court's people, and Azura suffered heavy losses. Soon, there were only 500 people left, and as time passed, their numbers continued to decrease. Although Song Chengji hated Zhao Haiyuan, he was relieved to see this. If they could hold on for a little longer, they would be able to eliminate these Azuras. Chu Li suddenly shouted, "Not good." Song Chengji hurriedly asked, "Chu Li, what's wrong?" "More Azuras are coming." Chu Li said, "Clan leader, let's retreat. Can we still retreat at this point?" Song Chengji said impatiently, "How many are coming?" He knew that Chu Li's cultivation level was far higher than his, so it was not surprising that he noticed the approaching Azuras. Chu Li said, 500. "That's good." Song Chengji's tightened heartstrings loosened. There were only 500, and with the current 500, they would not be able to do anything. They still had the upper hand with the Autumn Wind Court, as the Autumn Wind Court was stronger than them. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "These 500 are too strong. I'm afraid we can't stop them." Li Gaoyuan scoffed. "Chu Li, don't underestimate your own power and affect the morale of the army. Why can't we defeat 500 Azuras? We'll deal with them once they come." Chu Li shook his head and said no more. As soon as the three of them finished talking, they heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the distance. The footsteps were silent, and the clothes fluttered in the air. Although it came from afar, it was very clear to their ears. 500 Azuras fluttered like a gust of wind. When they were near, Chu Li's expression changed. Great Azuras! 10 great Azuras floated in front and suddenly sped up to Chu Li. Together with the remaining 7 Azuras, they surrounded Chu Li. Suddenly, 17 great Azuras surrounded Chu Li. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Song Qingji knew that the situation was bad. No matter how strong Chu Li was, he could not defeat 17 great Azuras. Moreover, Chu Li was already at the end of his rope, and his life was in danger. "Chu Li, leave first," Song Qingji shouted. Chu Li shook his head. "I can't leave." Bam, 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 bam. He was hit by several palms in a row. He staggered and spat out another mouthful of blood. Song Qingji came over to help. Chu Li said, "Clan leader, don't worry about me. My skin is very sturdy. I won't die. You should retreat with the others." "We can't retreat anymore. We can only fight to the death today." Song Qingji shook his head. He could already feel that the martial arts of these 500 Azuras were stronger. As soon as they arrived, they suppressed the White Dew clan and the Autumn Wind Courtyard. The White Dew clan was originally an arrow at the end of its flight. The arrival of the Autumn Wind Courtyard stimulated them, and they regained their spirits. However, when they encountered this group of powerful Azuras, their original hope disappeared, and they were greatly affected. Song Qingji raised his voice. "Everyone has to go on the road together. With so many companions, you won't be lonely. Don't save any energy and fight with all you have." "Where's Zhao Haiyuan?" Song Qingji raised his voice. "Didn't you calculate everything? Do you have a backup plan?" Chu Li sighed. "I've been tricked by the Azuras. Damn it," Song Qingji cursed. "An incompetent general will exhaust the entire army." Chu Li waved his palms at lightning speed. Rays of golden light formed a light pool that enveloped him. A black tower vaguely appeared around his body, enveloping him. Chu Li was indeed at the end of his rope. All of his trump cards were useless. The little beast in his mind was excited, but it did not take any action. Fortunately, his mystic tortoise shield and rotary pagoda's defense were amazing. Although he was continuously attacked by the great Azuras, he was still heavily injured. However, if this went on, no matter how powerful his protective divine power was, he would not be able to withstand such a crazy attack. TSS, 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 TSS. Amidst four soft whistles, for great Azuras suddenly paused. Then, Chu Li swung his long sword and cut off their heads. They exploded into four clouds of blood mist, and the heart of great Azura flashed and disappeared. TSS, 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 TSS. Another four soft whistles were heard. For more great Azuras slowed down. Just as Chu Li was about to swing his sword, the remaining 9 great Azuras rushed over to stop him. Zhao Haiyuan appeared on the treetop in a green robe with long sleeves fluttering in the wind. He looked over coldly. When Song Chengji saw him, he immediately shouted, "Zhao Haiyuan, this is your plan. Do you have any reinforcements?" "No." Zhao Haiyuan stood on the treetop with his hands behind his back, swaying up and down with the wind. He said calmly, "You only have one choice. Kill them, or all of you will die." The one with the surname Zhao. "The White Du clan has no enmity with you," Song Chengji shouted. Zhao Haiyuan did not say another word. His hands kept moving out of his sleeves. Invisible finger forces struck the Azuras one after another. He no longer targeted the great Azuras. Chapter 2003. Song Chengji roared at the sky and turned his anger into murderous intent. The white light on his body grew brighter, and his sword flashed, killing 2 Azuras. Chu Li smiled bitterly. "Young Master Zhao, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape today. Do you really have no other moves?" "No," Zhao Haiyuan said. "Run if you can." Even if he helped kill 4 great Azuras, there were still 13 left. With Chu Li's current condition, he could not defeat them and would die in the hands of the great Azuras sooner or later. Chu Li said, "It's too late to escape now." "But young Master Zhao, why do you have to do it yourself?" "I made a mistake, and I will pay for it myself," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. Chu Li shook his head. "Since you know you made a mistake, instead of fighting here, why don't you go to the Outland and get more people here?" "I can't get more people," Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. "I only have these people." Chu Li sighed. "Looks like we're really going to die this time. Did the Azuras backstab us?" Zhao Haiyuan said coldly. "There are people in the Azuras who are proficient in divination. I've completely lost this round. I really can't accept this." Chu Li shook his head and sighed. "I'll leave first and wait for you guys on the road to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to emit a dazzling golden light with a faint azure halo. The indistinct azure brilliance was easily overlooked, but everyone could tell at a glance that Chu Li was about to ignite his body. He was using a secret skill that would destroy everything indiscriminately. Once the fire reached its peak, he would perish. Song Chengji said, "Chu Li, we won't be lonely on the road to hell." Chu Li smiled, and his sword flashed brightly. He was about to push the sky regaining sword to its limit for a desperate attack. Suddenly, a long whistle was heard from afar. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Haiyuan's eyes lit up, and he said coldly, "They're finally here." Hurried and orderly footsteps were heard from afar. Then, Zheng Tianlong and 2,000 city guards appeared. They were dressed in black and looked calm. They maintained their formation when they used their light body technique as if they were an army. Zheng Tianlong laughed. "Thank goodness I'm not late." Song Qingji called out, "City Lord Zheng, I can't thank you enough." Zheng Tianlong laughed and said, "What's there to thank? Hang in there. This time we must eliminate them." His hatred for Azura was greater than anyone else's, and he would never let go of a chance to exterminate Azura. Thus, even though he had lost many men, he still ran over to support the White Du Hall. With the addition of these 2,000 city guards, the situation was reversed once again. Zhao Haiyuan heaved a sigh of relief. Finger forces shot out from his long sleeves. They were formless and soundless, and it was impossible to defend against them. However, they all attacked the 13 great Azuras. This was no different from 2 people teaming up to fight a great Azura. Moreover, they had great teamwork. Once the finger energy was aimed at one person, Chu Li would immediately attack. Whenever Chu Li attacked a great Azura, Zhao Haiyuan's finger energy would follow up with it, forcing the Great Azura to dodge and not dare to take Chu Li's sword head-on. Through the tacit cooperation between the two of them, they managed to withstand the attacks of the 13 Great Azuras without falling. As the situation turned for the better, Song Qingji and Zheng Tianlong ran over to help Chu Li and Zhao Haiyuan. Chu Li stopped channeling his secret skill. His face was as pale as a sheet, and his breathing was rapid. It was obvious that he was at his limit and would not be able to hold on any longer. Even so, he managed to hold on for half a day until the 13 Great Azuras floated away and the remaining 100 Azuras retreated. Song Qingji and the others allowed the 13 Great Azuras to leave with the 100 Azuras and did not pursue them. If they pursued them too fiercely, they would be forced to fight to the point of mutual destruction. Who knew how many more men they would lose? The White Dew Hall could not withstand such a huge loss now, so Zhao Haiyuan did not force them to do so. On the morning of the third day, the sun shone brightly. Chu Li slowly walked to the main hall of the White Dew Hall. The hall was bright and soft, but it was empty and too lonely. Song Qingji and Mo Hung sat on the armchairs. Fu Tianlei was nowhere to be seen because he had died in the battle. As a supreme rank master and deputy clan leader, Fu Tianlei was dead. Other than him, there were only 500 people left in the White Dew Hall. It could be said that their vitality was greatly damaged and their morale was low. Everyone hated Zhao Haiyuan. If it was not for Zhao Haiyuan's miscalculation, the White Dew Hall would not have faced such a calamity. More than 1,000 people could be said to be the worst loss in the history of the White Dew Hall. Moreover, their losses were greater than the Azuras, so it was not a great victory. It looked like the Azuras had won, so the morale was getting lower and the entire White Dew Hall was filled with a decadent atmosphere. As the clan leader, Song Qingji could not be depressed. He could only raise his spirits and work hard to recover. Chu Li, I'm going to make you the deputy clan leader, Song Qingji said seriously. Chu Li's face was as pale as a sheet. It was obvious that he had not recovered yet. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Clan leader, please don't joke around. Why would I joke about such things? Song Qingji said, although you've only been in the hall for a short time, your contributions in martial arts are the best among the disciples. You're even better than me. No one will object to you being the deputy clan leader. Chu Li said, don't joke, clan leader. Let's not talk about the disciples of the White Dew Hall, who in the Hall of Rain Masters would agree to me being the deputy clan leader. Besides, I'm not interested in being the deputy clan leader. It's enough for me to kill the Azuras. Song Qingji said in a low voice. In the past, the hall might not agree to you being the deputy clan leader, but it's different now. It's a time when everyone is anxious, and you've made a great contribution. Are you saying that you won't be rewarded just because of your identity? This is not the Hall of Rain Masters. Chu Li smiled. Thank you for thinking highly of me, clan leader, but I'm really not suitable to be the deputy clan leader. It's good to be like this. There's no need for me to be the deputy clan leader. If you become the deputy clan leader, your actions are justified, Song Qingji said. He felt that not only was Chu Li's cultivation level high, but his intelligence was also extraordinary. However, he also realized that Chu Li did not want to show off his abilities. It was obvious that he did not have a sense of belonging to the White Dew Hall. Exchanging the position of the deputy clan leader for his dedication was a good deal. When he became the deputy clan leader, he would naturally protect his subordinates. If he had any abilities, he would be able to use them without hesitation. He would not be as worried as he was now. Just like this time, if Chu Li had not blocked those Great Azuras, he might have lost his life. Chu Li could block more than 10 Great Azuras, but he could not and would have been killed by the Great Azuras. Just based on Chu Li's saving grace, he wanted Chu Li to be the deputy clan leader and become his most capable assistant. Chu Li sighed. Clan leader, I'm not making an excuse. I really don't want to be the deputy clan leader. I just want to focus on killing the Azuras. You have nothing to worry about when you become the deputy clan leader, Song Qingji said. Just stay in a White Dew Hall with all your heart. Mo Hong said. Chu Li, Just accept the clan leader's kind intentions. Everyone has seen your contributions, and no one is dissatisfied. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Deputy clan leader, if the Hall of Rainmasters doesn't agree, we will jointly elect someone. Mo Hung said in a low voice. Chu Li was stunned. Mo Hung said, the Hall of Rainmasters has this rule. If everyone can jointly elect someone, they can become the deputy clan leader. Song Qingji nodded. Of course, the Hall of Rainmasters can't become the deputy clan leader. Chapter 2004. Chu Li fell silent. He could tell that both of them wanted him to be the deputy clan leader so he could fully integrate into the White Dew Hall. If it was in the past, they would still have concerns about his identity. However, the White Dew Hall was different from before. It needed him more, and they could not care so much. The White Dew Hall was beaten badly this time. Even though they killed many Azuras, they could not hide the fact that they had few members and their strength was weak. However, Zhao Haiyuan, who made a mistake, was safe and sound. He waved his sleeves and left without any reprimand. The two vice palace masters of the Rainmaster Palace did not even stand up for White Dew Hall. White Dew Hall was sacrificed for nothing. This made Song Qingji and Mo Hung angry and depressed. Since they were dissatisfied with the Rainmaster Palace, they would not care about the rules of the Rainmaster Palace. Chu Li was thinking about whether he should be the deputy clan leader or not. His goal in joining the White Dew Hall was to become the leader of the Rainmaster Hall and expand his influence. He could influence the decisions of the Elders Guild and not let the lower realm become a sacrifice for the Outland. If there was a chance, he would tear down the Elders Guild and even take revenge on them. This goal was very difficult, especially since his identity was destined to be guarded against by the Elders Guild. They would not allow him to participate. Therefore, he needed more achievements and strength, as well as enough influence. If he was alone, no matter how strong his martial arts skills were, it would be useless. He could not kill everyone. Becoming the master of the Rainmaster Hall was a shortcut. In other words, becoming the deputy clan leader was a solid step, but he was hesitant. Chu Li, what are you hesitating for? Song Qingji was dissatisfied. Are you looking down on this deputy clan leader? Or are you looking at the decline of the White Dew Hall and want to choose a higher branch? Chu Li waved his hand. What are you saying, clan leader? Then what's there to hesitate about? Song Qingji said impatiently. Just agree. Deputy clan leader may have wronged you, but you have to take it slowly. You can't become the leader in one step. Chu Li laughed. Leader, you really dare to think. Song Qingji smiled. Your martial arts is so powerful. With your experience and contributions, you can rise step by step. But you can't rush it. Chu Li was about to speak when footsteps were heard. Song Lin with white eyebrows and beard came in quietly. Leader, the main hall is here. Let them in, Song Qingji said coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with the main hall. He really didn't want to see the people from the main hall, but since they had come to visit, he couldn't just ignore them. His expression was unsightly as he gloomily stared at the door, watching Song Lin enter with 3 young men. These 3 young men wore spotless white clothes. Even though their appearances weren't handsome, their auras were calm and pure like jade, causing others to be unable to help but feel close to them. They came closer, cupped their fists, and greeted, Greetings, Hall Master Song, Hall Master Mo, Brother Chu. What can I do for the 3 brothers of the front palace guard? Song Qingji put on a fake smile and cupped his fists. We've been ordered to announce a transfer order. The leading white-robed youth smiled and cupped his fists. Then, he took out a letter from his bosom and presented it with both hands. Song Lin stepped forward, took it, and presented it to Song Qingji. Song Qingji took the letter and glanced at it. His expression suddenly turned cold. How shameless. The 3 young men in white looked at him calmly, not saying a word. Mo Hung said, Hall Master. Song Qingji passed the letter to Mo Hung and sneered. Take a look, this is our Rainmaster Hall. Mo Hung took the letter and glanced at it. His expression changed slightly, and he frowned at the 3 young men. This is an order from the main hall? Hall Master Mo, we don't dare to issue a transfer order. The leading white-robed youth smiled. It's written in black and white, and the seal of the main hall. Mo Hung clenched his teeth and glared at them. Our White Dew clan has already suffered a great loss. Not only did the main hall not send more people, but they also transferred away their masters. Isn't this too much? The white-robed youth shook his head. Hall Master Mo, we're just following orders. We really don't know what's going on. Today, we're here to bring Brother Chu into the front palace. In your dreams, Song Qingji sneered. I reject this transfer order. Go back. I'll personally talk to the main hall. The white-robed youth hesitated and smiled bitterly. Hall Master Mo, this is putting us in a difficult position. No matter what, Brother Chu still has to go with us. Otherwise, if the commander blames us, we won't be able to handle it. Then the three of you will stay too. Song Qingji said coldly. It's impossible to take Chu Li away. Chu Li looked puzzled. Hall Master, are you transferring me away? They want to transfer you into the front palace division. Song Qingji took a deep breath and sneered. They're really shameless. Seeing that your martial arts is so outstanding and you've made a great contribution, the front palace division is here to snatch you away. Chu Li frowned. I don't think I can join the front palace division with my identity. Can I? You've killed so many Azuras. That's enough to prove your loyalty. In the end, it still depends on your strength. Song Qingji said coldly. Chu Li's martial arts was not only good, it was also extraordinary. He could fight against more than 10 great Azuras alone. Even the Hall Master might not be able to do that. How could the front palace division let go of such a top-notch master? As for his background, it became insignificant. No matter how disloyal he was, he would never join the Azuras or the heavenly demons. He gritted his teeth. The front palace division was too shameless. They even kept him as a deputy hall master, but the front palace division took advantage of him. They directly transferred him to become a member of the front palace division without any position. Not only was Chu Li skilled in martial arts, but he was also well-versed in formations. Although his divination skills had been removed, he was still powerful enough. He alone was equivalent to hundreds of people. As long as he was there, the White Dew Hall would not truly decline. However, the main palace division was too ruthless. They wanted to transfer Chu Li away as well. It was like hitting someone who was down. Chu Li slowly nodded. Hall Master, there's no need to be angry. I'll just reject it. The leading young man in white smiled gently. Brother Chu, as a disciple of the Rain Master Palace, you can't disobey orders. Since the transfer order has been given, you can only obey. Otherwise, you'll have to leave the Rain Master Palace. The three of you stay. Song Qingji stared coldly at the three young men in white. They hesitated for a moment and nodded. It was better to be tactful. It seemed like Song Qingji had gone crazy. If they really disobeyed him, it would definitely be a fight. They could not break through the White Dew Hall, even if it was in decline now. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. They readily agreed. Hall Master Song, then we'll wait for half a day. I'll be back soon. Song Qingji gritted his teeth. Mo Hung hurriedly said, Hall Master, it's useless. I don't believe that the main palace division has no place to reason. Song Qingji said hatefully. Chu Li frowned and did not speak. He thought about the pros and cons. Logically speaking, becoming a disciple of the front palace division was beneficial to his future. He would be closer to the center of power. The front palace division was a direct descendant. Any position in the Rain Master Palace would be arranged by the front palace division first. Song Qingji hurriedly left, leaving Mo Hung and the three young men in white staring at each other. The three of them looked at Mo Hung for a while, then at Chu Li. Chu Li fist saluted and did not speak. Mo Hung faintly sighed and shook his head. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Even the air seemed to slow down. Song Lin served tea from time to time. Chapter 2005. Hall Master. Mo Hung hurriedly stepped forward. Song Qingji waved his hand and said in a deep voice, Let them go. What about Chu Li? Mo Hung hurriedly asked. Song Qingji said, Chu Li will follow them too. Clan leader. Mo Hung cried out involuntarily. Chu Li was transferred to the front palace division. Yes. Song Chungji gritted his teeth and nodded slowly. Chuli frowned. Clan leader, did you fight with someone? Song Chungji waved his hand and said irritatedly, it's just a fight, it's no big deal. Chuli, you should go to the front palace department. Chuli frowned and looked at him. Clan leader, what's going on? The two deputy palace masters personally gave the order. I can't stop them. Song Chungji shook his head and said, it's useless even if I argue. I can't refuse the main palace master's transfer order. Even I can't reject it? Chuli frowned. Do I have to listen to the main hall? Song Chungji revealed a mocking sneer. In the past, when the White Dew Hall hadn't declined, we could still bargain. But now, when a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. Do you understand? Mo Hong said, Hall Master, isn't the main hall being too much of a bully? We fought with the Azuras and ended up in this state. But not only did the headquarter not pity our sacrifice, he even added insult to injury. This is too much. The one with the surname Zhu is playing tricks. Song Chungji sneered, despicable and shameless villain. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked, his cheeks bulged, and his eyes shot out a cold light. He was the one who injured the clan leader? Chuli asked. Song Chungji said, I can't beat him now. Chuli said, Clan leader, it seems like I'm destined to be a member of the Front Palace Division. You won't be able to escape unless you betray the Rain Master Palace. Song Chungji patted him on the shoulder, shook his head and sighed. But with your ability, you can shine everywhere. No one can hide you. Besides, the Front Hall Department is a good place to go, better than our White Dew Hall. Chuli shook his head and said, Clan leader, if I join the Front Palace Division, won't I become a deserter of the White Dew clan? It's not that you want to escape, it's that you've been transferred. Song Chungji waved his hand and said, I will explain to the brothers in the hall clearly. Everyone has seen your contributions and is grateful to you. If it were not for Chu Li's formation, the White Dew clan might not even have a few people left. Without Chu Li restraining the great Azura, the White Dew clan would have been annihilated a long time ago. All the disciples were grateful to Chu Li, which was why Mo Hung was confident that everyone would elect Chu Li as the deputy clan leader. Chu Li frowned and looked at him. Clan leader, how did you change your mind so quickly? Song Chungji sighed and said, in the end, I still can't change the main hall's mind. I can only follow orders obediently. I can't disobey orders, and neither can you. This is the reality. He made a big scene and even fought with Zhu Zhengfeng, the commander of the Front Palace Department. In the end, he was not able to defeat Zhu Zhengfeng. Instead, he was taught a good lesson by Zhu Zhengfeng and reprimanded for being selfish and holding up Chu Li's future. The White Dew clan had received enough favors from Chu Li, but not only did they not repay him, they kept asking for more. If they had even a shred of conscience, they should have let Chu Li join the Front Palace Department. Everyone knew that joining the Front Palace Department would bring them limitless opportunities. He was angry but helpless. Zhu Zhengfeng had exposed his inner thoughts, but his martial arts was not as good as Zhu Jingfeng's. He could not win, so he could only accept his fate. The three young men in white had been standing quietly at the side. At this time, one of them said gently, Brother Chu, the Front Palace Department is responsible for a higher level of fighting and killing. The enemies they face are stronger, so they need a top-notch master like Brother Chu. You staying in the White Dew clan may be considerate, but it's a great waste. Your martial arts should be used to deal with stronger enemies. Chu Li frowned and looked at them. The three young men in white looked at him with sincerity. Chu Li shook his head and smiled bitterly. The White Dew clan is my home. I'm really unwilling to leave at this time. Brother Chu, you can come back often. The young man in white who spoke earlier said, the Front Palace Department is usually very free. You can come and go as you please and cultivate. No one cares. They only gather when there's a mission. All right. Chu Li nodded slowly and looked at Song Chungji and Mo Hung. Clan leader Mo, I'll go. Song Chungji forced a smile. Come back often. Everyone will miss you. Chu Li nodded. The young man in white fist saluted and smiled. Amwani, Brother Chu, let's go. Please. Chu Li fist saluted. The three of them led him out of the main hall slowly. The disciples of the White Dew clan in the martial arts field outside stopped and opened up a path. They looked at Chu Li and Wen Yi quietly. Chu Li nodded slightly and did not say much. After passing through the crowd and exiting the main door, Chu Li suddenly stopped and turned his head to look back. The White Dew clan was still magnificent under the sun. It did not look weak, but it was a little cold. He sighed faintly and shook his head as he followed Wen Yi and the others. When he smiled, Brother Chu, you don't have to worry. You can return to the White Dew clan whenever you want. You can even stay here. You'll only return to the Front Palace Division when you're summoned. Chu Li asked, that much freedom? Brother Chu, there are many situations like yours. Wen Yi's footsteps gradually quickened. He shuttled through the bustling crowd like a fish and quickly rushed forward. He spoke in a gentle and refined manner. They're all selected from the various clans. They treat the clans as their roots. It's more comfortable to stay in their original clans. The Front Palace Division won't force anyone as long as it doesn't interfere with their cultivation and official business. Chu Li nodded slowly. Wen Yi said, but there's one thing you can't change. You can't fight for the clans, and you can't participate in their operations. Chu Li smiled. Interesting. Wen Yi smiled. That's why the Front Palace Division has more freedom than before. As long as you're capable and perform meritorious deeds, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Slowly, you'll be promoted to deputy commander or commander. Chu Li said, I'm not that ambitious. I just want to stand firm in the Outland and not be ostracized by it. Before this, everyone was wary of you. But now, you've proven your innocence. Wen Yi smiled. This time, you've killed so many great Azuras and Azuras. Who would have the cheek to say anything? Chu Li nodded slowly. The four of them quickly passed through the main street and left the White Dew clan. They headed north and walked for 1,000 miles before they arrived at another towering city. It was much bigger than the White Dew clan and more prosperous and lively. This was the Drizzle City where the Front Palace Division was located. They entered the Drizzle City from the south gate and headed north. They passed through the bustling main street until they arrived at the majestic basilica built halfway up the mountain. The four of them stopped in front of the basilica's steps. A yellow-bearded, thin elder stood at the entrance of the basilica on the 49th step. He was dozing off with his eyes closed. When he heard Wen Yi's cough, he opened his eyes and saw them. He quickly turned around and went in to report. A moment later, the yellow-bearded elder waved his hand. Come in. Wen Yi and the other two led Chu Li up the steps and entered the basilica. They saw two middle-aged men in the spacious basilica. One of them was a medium build, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He gave off a rustic vibe, while the other was slender and handsome. Chapter 2006. When they saw Chu Li enter, the two of them laughed heartily and welcomed him. When he cupped his fists and bowed, Commander, Deputy Commander. The two of them waved their hands and looked at Chu Li as if they were looking at a treasure. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Greetings, Commander, Deputy Commander. No need for formalities. No need for formalities. The rustic middle-aged man in the lead waved his hand and laughed out loud. I've finally gotten you here. Chu Li, I've spent a lot of effort to get you. Chu Li smiled. Commander, you flatter me. He could tell that this rustic middle-aged man was the commander, Zhu Zhengfeng. The other handsome and elegant middle-aged man was the deputy commander, Chu Wensong. A person like you should belong to our Front Palace Department. Zhu Zhengfeng burst into laughter and said, staying in whatever White Dew Hall is truly a reckless waste of God's gifts, an extreme waste. Chu Li shook his head and said, being able to kill Azuras in the White Dew clan isn't too bad. Zhu Zhengfeng shook his head and said, the White Dew Hall is only dealing with small fry. Harmony? Once I steal the moat 8 paths, I wish to hear it? Who would not sell the clover of the cricket? Humbly stretching my muscles in a hurry. Chu Li asked, our Front Palace Department specializes in dealing with great Azuras. Other than the great Azuras, there are also heavenly demons. Zhu Zhengfeng gestured for them to sit down and talk. Everyone sat on the armchairs. One E and the other two also sat down and listened to Zhu Zhengfeng and Chu Li's conversation with great interest. Chu Li sighed. I've underestimated the Azuras in the past. I didn't expect them to have someone who can predict the future. This time, we've been tricked by them. If it weren't for our good luck, we would have been completely wiped out. I know about that. Zhu Zhengfeng shook his head and said, it can't be helped. After entering the Outer Rim battlefield, it's you scheming against me and I scheming against you. Let's see whose schemes are deeper and farther. Zhao Haiyuan stumbling this time is also a common occurrence. Chu Li frowned. Zhu Zhengfeng said, how can there be a general who always wins and never loses? You can't insist on being undefeated. Zhao Haiyuan didn't deliberately lose. He just didn't plan far enough. Don't blame him. Chu Li's frown deepened. Zhu Zhengfeng smiled and shook his head. Don't tell me you want to kill Zhao Haiyuan? Chu Li sighed. Bai Lu Tang has been harmed badly this time. If it wasn't for his miscalculation, how could so many of his brothers have died? Once you enter the foreign battlefield, you must be prepared to die. It doesn't matter how strong your martial arts are. Zhu Zhengfeng shook his head and said, forget about the White Du Hall. Just how many of our front halls department have fallen in the Outer Realm battlefield? Chu Li frowned and remained silent. Zhu Zhengfeng said, without Zhao Haiyuan, you would still have met those guys and would still have died. Without Zhao Haiyuan, you would have died even more. Chu Li smiled bitterly. If that's the case, he isn't responsible at all. Naturally, he is also responsible, but this kind of thing cannot be punished. He will feel pain and regret. Zhu Zhengfeng shook his head and said, this is the difference in status. As a disciple of the White Du Hall, you can only obediently listen to orders, but as a disciple of the heaven-shaking pavilion, you can give orders. Now that you have entered our front department, you do not need to listen to the heaven-shaking pavilion. You can directly listen to the main hall. Chu Li sighed. I still have to follow orders. How can one live freely in this world? Zhu Zhengfeng shook his head and said, it's impossible to be as free as you were in the lower realm. Moreover, you were invincible in the lower realm, but you did not have that kind of freedom. You still have worldly concerns and are limited by the ways of the world. There are things that you have to do. Chu Li said, everyone in the 9 divisions of Outland has to listen to the heaven-shaking pavilion. Zhu Zhengfeng said, that's not true. The Taihao Peak does not have to listen to the heaven-shaking pavilion. Chu Li slowly nodded. He finally understood the position of the heaven-shaking pavilion. It was indeed above the other 7 divisions. It was a pity that he could not enter the heaven-shaking pavilion. Zhu Zhengfeng saw his expression and quickly said, but the heaven-shaking pavilion can only command the other 4 divisions. They have no right to command the front department. Chu Li smiled and said, that's good. Chu Li, your martial arts can only be fully displayed in the front department. Staying in the White Du Hall is like a dragon in shallow waters. It will be difficult to display your skills. The rewards in the front department are very generous. Much better than the White Du Hall. You can quickly improve your cultivation level here. Zhu Zhengfeng smiled. Chu Li said, then please advise me, Commander. When he helped Chu Li settle down, Zhu Zhengfeng said, from now on, we are a family. Yes, Commander. When he replied with a smile. Then let's head down. Zhu Zhengfeng waved his hand to signal them to leave. Chu Li followed Wen Yi and the other 2 out of the basilica. When they came out of the basilica, Wen Yi smiled and said, the commander really thinks highly of you, Brother Chu. It is rare to see the commander so happy. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. I hope I won't let you down, Commander. The commander has a good eye. He will never misjudge a person. Wen Yi smiled and said, the entire Drizzle Town belongs to the front department. When you are free, you can play in the town. There's a lot of fun. Chu Li nodded. The 4 of them talked as they went down the stairs. Walking down the mountain, Wen Yi said, which residence do you want? East, west, or the center of the town? Chu Li smiled and asked what was the difference. Wen Yi smiled and said, the residences in the east of the town are bigger and newer. The houses in the west are older, but more exquisite. The center of the town is more lively. Over the wall is the main street. Then let's go with the center of the town. Chu Li smiled. He still preferred the liveliness, being alone in the outland. Even if he had a strong mind, it was inevitable that he would feel lonely. He could not go to Sun Mingyue's place often, nor could he return to the lower realm often. "Follow me." When he smiled, the three of them led him through the crowd to an alley next to the main street, then stopped in front of a magnificent residence. One E smiled and said, "This is your residence. See if you're satisfied. If not, you can change." As he said that, he knocked on the door, and an elder opened the door to welcome them in. Chuli walked around the residence. It was really grand. There were 4 entrances. There was a garden at the back. There was a small lake. There was a garden at the back. It was rare to have such a residence in such a bustling place. Chuli nodded with satisfaction and left the residence. There were already maids and scribes in the residence. It only lacked a master. He did not need to worry about anything. These scribes and maids were all part of the front palace department. He did not need to worry about their loyalty. One E and the other 2 were satisfied with him. They bid him farewell and left, reminding him to go to the front palace department once every 3 days. It could not be more than 10 days. He had to report in advance if he exceeded 10 days. Chuli had a good night's sleep in the new residence. The next morning, when he was training in the small martial arts field in the backyard, the residence's butler, Deng Fu, quietly walked over. "Young master, there are 3 brothers from the front palace department outside. They want to see you. Just bring them in," Chuli said casually. He already saw 3 middle-aged men sitting in the main hall. They looked solemn. One look, and he knew that they did not come with good intentions. Chuli did not have to guess to know that they were here to pick a fight, to show his strength. Chuli smiled. This was also a good opportunity for him to show his strength. Chapter 2007. The 3 middle-aged men approached him. The one leading was a square-faced, middle-aged man with triangular eyes. "Are you Chuli?" Chuli smiled and closed fist saluted. "I'm Chuli. May I know why you're here?" "Shindonglin, Wei Hua, Lu Mingyi." The 3 men closed fist saluted. Chuli looked at them in confusion. He guessed that they were here to pick a fight, so he did not use the omniscient mirror to observe them. However, they did not look like they were here to pick a fight. It was strange. Shindonglin said, "The 4 of us are in a team." Chuli was confused. Shindonglin said, "The front temple division has 4 people in a team. Whenever there's a mission, it's done in teams. We don't fight alone." Chuli came to a realization. "I see. Then we'll be in a team from now on. Please guide us." Shindonglin said, "I heard that your martial arts are outstanding. We'd like to learn a thing or 2 from you so that we can work better together." Chuli nodded. "Shall we exchange a few blows then?" "Very well." Shindonglin did not expect Chuli to agree so readily. Chuli looked at the 3 men. "The 3 of you can come to me together." Shindonglin and the other 2 men's expressions darkened. They were all close to supreme grade and were only a step away from it. Yet, Chuli looked down on them and wanted them to come at him together. Chuli smiled. "I'm a supreme grade. It's not a problem for me to deal with a few great Azuras." The 3 men took a deep breath and shook their heads with a bitter smile. They recalled Chu Li's glorious achievements. He had killed great Azuras and was able to escape unscathed from the joint attacks of several or even more than 10 great Azuras. Even among the supreme celestial beings, he was a top-notch existence. None of the 3 of them were his match. "Then, the 3 of us shall experience your skills." The 3 men straightened their minds and looked serious. They formed a triangle and approached Chu Li slowly. They unsheathed their long swords and moved slowly. Chu Li stood with his hands behind his back and watched them move. Buzz! The 3 long swords turned in a cold light that shrouded Chu Li and made a loud, air-piercing sound. Chu Li's fists rained down like rain. Suddenly, streaks of golden light descended from the sky and transformed into golden palms that went against the sword light. Bam, 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 bam. After the dull sound of collision, 3 long swords flew out. Chu Li put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps back. He smiled at the 3 of them. Shindonglin shook his head and said, "I didn't expect you to be so far away." The other 2 also shook their heads helplessly. The difference in their abilities was too great. No matter how exquisite their swordsmanship and formations were, they could not withstand Chu Li's palm energy. The long sword slipped out of their hands. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Chen Donglin waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything else. Chu Li, the three of us will listen to you from now on. You'll be our leader." Chu Li was startled. He quickly smiled and said, "What are you talking about? We're from the same sect. A team of 4 must have a captain. A dragon can't be without a leader." Chen Donglin said in a deep voice, "If 4 people make decisions, the final outcome can only be destruction. Only one person can have the authority." Chu Li smiled. "My martial arts is slightly stronger, but it doesn't seem to be related to how I act. Everyone knows what you're capable of." Chen Donglin said, "You're smart. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to escape from Great Azuras. You can't rely on martial arts alone." No matter how strong Chu Li's martial arts was, he could not have withstood the pursuit of more than 10 Great Azuras. He was also very smart. Following such a person gave him a sense of security. It was better than them making their own decisions. Chu Li smiled and nodded. "I have to make an agreement with everyone. Once I make a decision, no one can disobey it. Even if they think it's inappropriate, they must still carry it out. Otherwise, I can't be the captain anymore." "No problem." The 3 of them nodded happily. Chu Li smiled and said, "Then let's practice formations first." This time, he finally understood. The 3 of them were not here to cause trouble. They were here to curry favor with him. It seemed that his reputation had spread far and wide. People would submit to him just by hearing his name. Naturally, he would not reject such behavior. He also needed enough manpower. He could not do everything by himself and fight alone. In the evening, the setting sun shone on the backyard of Chu Li's residence, making the backyard magnificent. Chu Li, Chen Donglin, and the other 3 were practicing sword formations on the small martial arts field in the backyard. However, the flashes of the swords formed a silver light that covered the 4 of them. Only the flashes of the swords could be seen. Suddenly, Butler Deng Fu strode over and bowed to the side. Chu Li suddenly stopped. Chen Donglin and the other 2 stopped and looked at Deng Fu. Deng Fu fist saluted. "Young master, young hero one is here. Invite him in," Chu Li said. When he quickly strode in and fist saluted. "Brother Chu, Brother Chun, Brother Wei, Brother Lu, it's great that you're all here." Chu Li gestured for them to sit down. Everyone sat down in the gazebo. He took out a jade pendant and passed it to Chu Li. Chu Li took it and glanced at it. The jade pendant was warm as if it had been soaked in water. It emitted a gentle luster. The jade pendant vaguely showed a scene of rain. It was as if there was a hazy mist coming from it. It was indescribably strange. "This is our Rainmaster order." When he smiled, it was personally issued by the commander. Chu Li nodded. "What orders does the commander have?" When he said, "The 9th princess wants to go to the Cliff of Forgetfulness. The 4 of you will be her personal protectors." Chu Li frowned and looked at him. When he smiled, "Brother Chun and the others know the 9th princess's identity. Tomorrow morning, go to the main hall to meet the 9th princess. Remember not to be too late, in case the 9th princess and the others have already left." Chu Li glanced at Chen Donglin. Chen Donglin nodded seriously. When he said, "Brother Chu, this is a good job. The 9th princess is the pride of the Rainmaster Palace." Chu Li smiled. "Thank you, Brother Wen." When he smiled and shook his head, he got up and left. Chu Li and the others sent Wen Yi out of the residence. When they returned to the lake in the backyard, Chen Donglin asked, "Captain, do you know about the 9th princess?" Chu Li shook his head. "Never heard of her. The 9th princess is the 9th daughter of the temple master. Her name is Shui Liu," Chen Donglin said. "She's also the youngest daughter of the temple master. She's extremely beautiful." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. "How old is the 9th princess?" 25, Chen Donglin said. Chu Li smiled. The temple master is extraordinary." Chen Donglin and the others smiled. They understood what Chu Li meant. The temple master was already more than 2,000 years old. Although the lifespan of a celestial was 10,000 years, it was not really 10,000 years old. A normal celestial was only 1,000 years old. It was really admirable that the temple master had a daughter at 2,000 years old. Does the ninth princess not have any protectors? Chuli asked. Does she need us to move? Naturally, she has her own protectors. Wei Huai said, but she usually doesn't need too many protectors in the main hall. When she goes out, she needs more. Naturally, she gets the manpower from the front department. Chuli nodded slowly. How's the ninth princess's martial arts? Unfathomable. Chen Donglin said, the ninth princess's master is very mysterious. It's not the martial arts of the Rain Master Palace, but her cultivation level is unfathomable. Until now, no one knows how strong the ninth princess is. Chuli smiled. She hasn't fought with anyone. The ninth princess almost doesn't need to fight, Chen Donglin said. Chapter 2008. Chuli nodded. I wonder why the ninth princess is going to the Cliff of Forgetfulness this time. There's a sword meet at the Cliff of Forgetfulness, Chen Donglin said. The ninth princess is most likely there for this sword meet. Chuli raised his eyebrows. He had never heard of this sword meet. Lu Mingyi said, the sword meet is a small martial arts meet organized by the Cliff of Forgetfulness. Only young heroes below the age of 30 will participate in the meet. They will learn from each other and exchange their martial arts experiences. Chuli nodded thoughtfully. He did not expect there to be such a martial arts meet in the Outland. Although it seemed different from the martial arts meet held by the Celestials in the lower realm, no matter what, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. These young heroes would definitely compete with each other. Actually, Captain, you're qualified to participate, Chen Donglin said. Chuli smiled. What qualifications do I need? A breeze blew, rippling the lake, and their clothes fluttered. Chen Donglin said, first rank below the age of 30. Chuli said, how many young heroes are there? The Outland is too big. Chen Donglin said, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Many secluded sects will have 1 or 2 genius disciples. There are many young heroes below the age of 30, at least a few hundred. I really don't know how many there are. Chuli nodded in surprise. He did not expect there to be so many talents in the Outland, but it was understandable. The spiritual energy was abundant, the land was prosperous, and there were countless spirit herbs and medicine. In addition, each sect had a long history and had enough experience in training their disciples. Once they met someone with outstanding talent, it was easy to train them. There will even be supreme ranks below the age of 30. Chen Donglin said, but this kind of people are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. They can be counted on one hand. So, Captain, you have the qualifications to participate in the unmoved sword meet this time. Lu Mingyi said, unless they have innate wisdom or a great adventure, it is almost impossible to be a supreme rank below the age of 30. But I think the ninth princess should be a supreme rank too. Chen Donglin and Wei Huai nodded. They could not see through the ninth princess, just like they could not see through Chuli. So, there was only one explanation. The ninth princess was also a supreme rank. Chuli smiled and said, so anyone can participate in this Sword of Forgetfulness duel, as long as you reach first pin before the age of 30. Chen Donglin smiled. Captain, do you want to participate? After participating in the sword meet of Wang Qing, his name has spread far and wide. His future is limitless. Lu Mingyi smiled and said, Captain, your reputation has only spread within a small circle. Most people in the realm beyond Avalon don't know about you, Captain. Chen Donglin and Wei Huai nodded. Chuli was very famous, but only the higher-ups knew about him. Very few people from the other sects, like the 9 sects, knew about Chuli. Moreover, very few people knew about Chuli's contributions in the extraterrestrial battlefield. If he could participate in the sword meet of Wang Qing, then all the Grandmasters would know Chuli's name. Reputation might seem like an empty title, but it was actually very useful and could save him a lot of trouble. Chuli shook his head. Since I've been ordered to protect the ninth princess, how can I participate in the sword meet of Wang Qing? It's better for me to stay put. Sigh. The three of them felt that it was a pity. If it were him, he would definitely not let go of this opportunity. It was hard to understand why Chu Li did not want to be famous. The next morning, Chu Li and the others rushed thousands of miles to Mount Yusher, where the main hall was. They met the ninth princess, Shueliu, in the basilica at the top of Mount Yusher. Shueliu stood quietly on the steps like a blooming lotus flower. She was dressed in a white muslin robe that was as white as snow. There was not a speck of dust on her body except for a pair of bright eyes. If it were not for the fact that her eyes were different from Sun Mingyue's phoenix eyes, he would have thought that she was Sun Mingyue. Both of them had similar temperaments, cold and distant. Even if they stood in front of him, he would feel that she was far away and unapproachable. Ordinary men would feel ashamed when they saw her and would not have the courage to talk to her. She stood at the entrance of the basilica as if waiting for Chu Li and the others. Chen Donglin fist saluted. "Greetings, ninth princess." Shueliu nodded and waved her hand. "No need to be so polite. Are you Chu Li?" She looked at Chu Li. Chu Li fist saluted. "I'm Chu Li. I've heard a lot about you," Shueliu said softly. Her voice was gentle and pleasant to listen to. Her cold temperament and bright eyes gave people a feeling of being pure as ice and as clean as jade, making it impossible to profane her. Chu Li smiled. "Ninth princess, please excuse me." Shueliu shook her head. "I only need you to accompany me to the sword meet of forgetfulness." Chu Li was stunned. "Ninth princess, are you not going to bring any protectors?" Shueliu said, "It's useless to bring more protectors to the sword meet of forgetfulness. It will only make people laugh at us." "Then I?" Chu Li was confused. Shueliu said, "We have to guard against people risking universal condemnation to assassinate us. You're the best of the best. You're equivalent to dozens of protectors. It's enough to bring you." "Ninth princess, let's go." Chen Donglin quickly said, "Ninth princess, you're precious. How can you not have someone to serve you?" Shueliu said, "I'm not that delicate. People call me the ninth princess because they like to show their respect. I'm not a princess." Chu Li said, "Ninth princess, I'm also a person who gets everything I want. I don't know how to serve others." Shueliu said, "Say no more. I've made up my mind." Chen Donglin and the other two looked at Chu Li helplessly. They did not expect it to be like this. When Yi did not convey the message clearly, or the ninth princess changed her mind at the last minute. Based on past experience, the latter was more likely. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Shueliu said, "Why? Chu Li, are you unwilling?" Chu Li sighed. "Ninth princess, how can I not obey? If you're unwilling, I can find someone else." Shueliu said. Her voice was still gentle, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Chu Li asked, "When are we leaving?" He did not know why Shueliu only brought him to the sword meet of forgetfulness. However, he knew that Shueliu did not like him or admired him for a long time and wanted to get close to him. When he saw Shueliu, even though he did not see her face, he could tell her personality. She kept people at a distance, just like Sun Mingyue. If it was not for coincidence, Sun Mingyue would not have fallen for him no matter how strong his martial arts was. Shueliu was the same kind of woman. She was proud and looked down on all men. No matter how strong his martial arts was, she would not fall for him. Therefore, he was on guard to deal with Shueliu's ulterior motives. Shueliu must have an ulterior motive for bringing him along. Shueliu said, "We're leaving now. Is there anything we need to prepare?" Chu Li shook his head. "Then let's go." He turned to look at Chen Donglin and the other two. Chen Donglin fist saluted. "Captain, please take good care of the ninth princess." "All right." Chu Li smiled. Shueliu took a step forward and was already 100 meters away. Another step and her figure could not be seen. Chu Li fist saluted and smiled. He quickly followed her and disappeared in a flash. Chen Donglin and the other two stared in the direction where they left. "Brother Chen, why does the ninth princess only want you to accompany her?" Chapter 2009. Will there really be assassinations? Lu Mingyi frowned. Would there be assassinations at the sword meet? Wouldn't that be a provocation to the cliff? Actually, there will always be assassinations at the sword meet. Chen Donglin shook his head. If you can't pass this obstacle, you won't be qualified to enter the cliff. This is also the first obstacle. There's such a thing. Lu Mingyi was surprised. I've never heard of this. I've only heard about it from others. Chen Donglin said, of course, the young talents who participate can also bring more protectors. It's also a form of strength. The strength of power. Wei Huai said, those without power can't participate. Without power, you must have more strength. Chen Donglin said, otherwise, how can you be mentioned in the same breath as the ninth princess and the others? Sai, Lu Mingyi said, were really a burden. Although their martial arts had reached the peak of first rank and were just a step away from supreme rank, they were still not there. They were far from being comparable to Chu Li, who was the top of supreme rank. If they encountered a supreme rank master, they would only be a burden. Chen Donglin said, cultivate well. The other two nodded vigorously, full of motivation. Shui Liu floated like a cloud, moving as fast as lightning. Chu Li followed closely behind, walking side by side with her. Shui Liu did not say a word, and neither did Chu Li. The scenery around them passed by quickly, leaving them far behind. For hours later, Shui Liu spoke. I heard that you're the world's #1 master in the lower realm. Chu Li nodded. Although it's a little exaggerated, I haven't met any worthy opponents. Then, do you feel disappointed when you reach the Grandmaster? Shui Liu asked softly. She spoke slowly and tirelessly, making people want to continue listening. Listening to her speak was a great enjoyment. Chu Li smiled. It's only been about 3 years since I was a person without any martial arts. Entering the Grandmaster is much better than when I first started practicing martial arts. That's true. Shui Liu nodded. But I heard that your aptitude is ordinary. Chu Li said, I'm just luckier. Shui Liu said, if a person with ordinary aptitude wants to reach the top, he or she will either encounter a treasure of heaven and earth or practice a peerless martial art. You became the world's #1 master in such a short time, so it's very likely that you encountered both. As she spoke, her bright eyes glanced at Chu Li. Her gaze was mesmerizing. Chu Li smiled and nodded. You're right, Nine Princess. I've eaten some miraculous fruit and reached the innate mastery's boundary. Then I came across some miraculous and antique martial arts and advanced by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, I'm suffering now. What I've learned is too varied, and I'm not specialized. He was curious as to why the ninth princess wanted to know his background. Shui Liu said, I heard you're close to Sun Mingwei. Chu Li nodded. We do have some ties. Love is inevitable, Shui Liu said. Unfortunately, she has entered the great light surpassing realm. It will be difficult for you two to be together. She said these 2 sentences softly, but Chu Li could clearly see that she did not care about feelings at all. It was as if she was looking down on all living things. Chu Li sighed and said, it's inevitable to part and reunite. Shui Liu glanced at him with her bright eyes and said indifferently, Are you willing to give up? What if I don't? Chu Li shook his head. If I get close, the great light surpassing realm won't let me. She can't leave the great light surpassing realm either. Things in this world often don't go according to plan. Shui Liu gently shook her head. I know you haven't given up. A woman like Sun Mingwei would never give up if she were a man. Chu Li said no more. He had always been wary of this ninth princess and would not open his heart to her. Shui Liu said, this time, Sun Mingwei will also be attending the sword meet of forgetfulness. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. You don't know, do you? Shui Liu asked. Chu Li shook his head. Shui Liu said, Sun Mingwei is the first person to enter the great light surpassing realm in 1,000 years. Her understanding of the great light scripture is beyond imagination. In less than a year, she directly entered the ranks of supreme grade. Her speed is so fast that no one in 1,000 years can match her. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He really did not know this. Ever since he entered the White Dew clan, he entered the foreign battlefield. After a life and death battle, he He was sent to the front palace department before he could catch his breath. Moreover, Sun Mingyue was also in isolated cultivation. He did not want to disturb her meditation. Shueluoyu said, Sun Mingyue's current reputation is even greater than Song Wuji's back then. Her future is also greater than Song Wuji's. Chuli smiled. Song Wuji is already the Thunderpool Master. Is there a better future than the Thunderpool Master? Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, stars, and Taihao. She has a chance to enter Taihao Peak, Shueluoyu said. Chuli asked, can disciples from the great light surpassing realm enter Taihao Peak? Taihao Peak is selected every 10 years. Anyone from the Outland can enter as long as they have enough aptitude and martial arts. Shueluoyu said lightly. Chuli, you have a chance to. Chuli shook his head and laughed. My aptitude is not good enough. All Supreme Grade Masters under 30 years old have a chance. Shueluoyu said, otherwise, why would everyone participate in the sword meet of forgetfulness? Chuli came to a realization. I see. The sword meet of forgetfulness invited first rank and Supreme Grade Masters under 30 years old to enter Taihao Peak. It was not just for fame. Shueluoyu glanced at him with a faint smile. Are you tempted? Chuli said, I'm not that ambitious. I'm doing well in the Rainmaster Palace. Don't be so cautious just because I'm from the Rainmaster Palace. Shueluoyu said, who doesn't want to enter Taihao Peak? Chuli shook his head. Shueluoyu said, the antique study cultivated by the disciples of Taihao Peak is earth-shattering. It's not something the other 8 divisions can compare to. The hard technique of the Rainmaster Palace is even worse. Are you really not tempted? Chuli said, I have no hope. Sun Mingyue will most likely enter. If you want to be with Sun Mingyue, Shueluoyu said. Chuli looked at her doubtfully. Why does the 9th princess want me to enter Taihao Peak? Once you enter Taihao Peak, the status of the Rainmaster Palace will rise. Shueluoyu said, people will be more wary of the Rainmaster Palace. Chuli frowned. Is there someone who dares to scheme against the Rainmaster Palace? Shueluoyu said calmly. Do you think the Outland is a paradise? Chuli nodded thoughtfully. It seems like the other divisions are trying to encroach on us. It's good that you understand. Shueluoyu said, don't think that the 9 divisions are harmonious. They're actually plotting against each other, other than Taihao Peak and Heaven-Shaking Pavilion, which are high above and don't want to fight each other. The other 7 divisions are fighting each other endlessly. They're all thinking of ways to weaken the other 6 divisions. Chuli sighed. We're facing a great enemy. The heavenly demons in Azura are eyeing us. Why aren't we working together? The heavenly demons in Azura have been fighting against the Outland. Shueluoyu said, we're used to it. Chuli said, the situation now is very serious. Aren't we diverting the trouble? The Azura's attention is on the lower realm. Shueluoyu shook her head. Once the Azura is distracted, they won't be a threat to us. Chuli's face darkened. Shueluoyu said, if you want to change the Elders Guild's decision, it's better to enter Taihao Peak. Chapter 2010. Shueluoyu said, don't expect to enter the upper echelons of the Rainmaster Hall, no matter how good your martial arts are. Chuli smiled. Isn't the Hall of Rainmasters very clear about rewards and punishments? As long as I have enough contributions, I should be able to enter, right? You can't. Shueluoyu said, don't forget the rules of the Hall of Rainmasters. Chuli frowned. Shueluoyu snorted and said, the Hall of Rainmasters is very conservative. For halls in one department are slightly better. They only talk about martial arts. After all, they're killing in the extraterrestrial battlefield. They can't care so much as long as their martial arts are good. The main hall is different. Chuli said, if that's the case, I really have no hope. No hope. Shueluoyu shook her head gently. No hope at all. Chuli looked at her doubtfully. 9th princess, you didn't intentionally force me to go to Taihao Peak, did you? You're really confident. Shueluoyu chuckled and shook her head. It's not that easy to enter the Great Firmament Peak. It has a very high requirement of aptitude. Otherwise, you won't be able to practice the martial arts of the Great Firmament Peak. It's just like the goddess attraction mountain in your lower realm. Chuli furrowed his brows. Shuelayu said, there's an inside story behind the destruction of the goddess attraction mountain. You won't be able to find out if your status isn't high enough. Chuli said, it's nothing more than a force from ninth heaven involved. Even one of the 9 divisions isn't a big deal. If you want to rebuild a mortal attraction mountain, it will be very difficult. Shuelayu said, because it involves the Elysium Gate, which is what people covet the most. Your goddess attraction mountain can't protect the Elysium Gate. Chuli was deep in thought. Previously, he also had this suspicion because the Divine Gate was of great importance. The goddess attraction mountain was able to protect the Divine Gate because of the existence of the Golden Dragon, a supreme spiritual beast. This time, taking advantage of the absence of the 2 golden dragons, it was reasonable for someone to take the opportunity to destroy the goddess attraction mountain and seize the Divine Gate. The golden dragon could not take the initiative to attack in the realm beyond heaven. It could only defend itself. The Qixing Palace, which had destroyed the goddess attraction mountain, happened to take advantage of this rule. Thus, they were not afraid of the golden dragon's revenge. Thus, it could only be said that the goddess attraction mountain had been schemed against. If we can enter Taihao Peak, it's still possible to rebuild goddess attraction mountain, Shuelayu said. Chuli could not help but laugh. Ninth Princess, I will try my best. Shuelayu smiled. Chuli, you're a smart man. Chuli smiled and shook his head. He had not been able to see Shuelayu's face clearly. Her white clothes and veil were treasures that could hide her from the omniscient mirror's prying eyes. They not only covered her body, but also her mind. Chuli could not see through her thoughts, but he understood that she wanted him to enter Taihao Peak. He was also skeptical. It seemed that it would be very difficult for him to control the Hall of the Rainmaster. He might not be able to do it. No matter how high his martial arts were, he could not change people's minds. Furthermore, the older one was, the more stubborn and conservative their minds were. The 4 halls and 1 division were fighting in the extraterritorial battlefield, so they didn't have to worry too much. No matter what, it was impossible for him to collude with the heavenly demons and Azura. Moreover, with his identity, he wouldn't collude with other forces, so there was no need to worry. However, the thoughts of the main hall of the Rainmaster Hall were even more complicated. They were even more careful, afraid that he would have rebellious thoughts. They felt that he was very dangerous and could cause trouble at any time. They had to be careful, so they did not allow him to enter the higher levels. Could it be that he really had to enter Great Heaven Peak? He suddenly looked up at the forest beside him and frowned. Ninth Princess, there's someone in front. Then be careful. Shuelayu's eyes narrowed. Don't think it's a joke. There are many people who assassinate people who participate in the sword meet of Wangqing. No matter which sect it is, they all have the intention to kill and get rid of their opponents. Is there anyone from the Hall of the Rainmaster? Chuli asked. Shuelayu was stunned. She looked at him deeply and said nothing. Chuli raised his eyebrows. Taihao Peak only accepts disciples once every 10 years. There's a limit? 3, Shuelayu said. Chuli suddenly understood. It seemed that the Hall of the Rainmaster had also made a move to assassinate the young talents of other sects and forces. If Shuelayu wanted to enter Taihao Peak, then all the other young talents would be her opponents. It would be best to eliminate them. Therefore, any young talents who had a chance to enter Taihao Peak would be assassinated by the sections. Aren't they afraid of killing all the young talents with this method? There will be no successor? Chuli frowned. The strength of the Grandmaster will become weaker with each generation. Shuelayu said, if these geniuses can't handle the assassination, then they're not real geniuses. True gold fears no fire. This is the only way to let the real geniuses stand out. Chuli said, this isn't too cruel. Have you always faced people of the same age as you on your path to becoming the world's #1? Are there no old monsters? Shuelayu asked. Chuli smiled and shook his head. He had almost stepped on opponents who were stronger than him all the way to the throne of the world's #1. However, he was able to do so because of the omniscient mirror, the life and death scripture, and many other strange skills. If he had relied on his own skills, he would have died many times over. As the two of them spoke, they did not stop moving forward at an incredible speed. TSS. A soft whistling sound was suddenly heard, but it was invisible and traceless. Chuli struck out with his palm. Bam! A golden light fell from the sky and turned into a golden palm, but the golden palm immediately exploded. The Supreme Vajra palm blocked this invisible attack. TSS, 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 TSS. Bam, 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 bam. Chuli unleashed multiple Supreme Vajra palms, blocking all the invisible forces. They did not stop moving. Instead, their speed increased by 2 times. Shueluoyu's heart trembled. She also felt that there was a top-notch master in the forest. The faint aura was easy to ignore, but she could still faintly sense it when she was fully focused. However, this invisible force could not be captured. It was a top-notch finger force. Chuli scoffed. Heaven-shaking pavilion. The person in the forest suddenly whistled, and dozens of finger forces surged. Chuli took a step forward and stood in front of Shueluoyu. His body flashed with a golden light, and a layer of golden light shrouded him. Then, a golden light descended from the sky and formed a golden light pool in front of him. Bam, 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 bam. Continuous muffled sounds were heard, but Chuli stood firmly in place. Shueluoyu looked at Chuli in surprise. She did not expect him to be so strong. It was far beyond her imagination. The whistling sound suddenly stopped. Chuli shook his head. He left. That's neat. He turned to look at Shueluoyu. Is there a disciple from Heaven-Shaking Pavilion who wants to enter Tai Hao Peak? Heaven-Shaking Pavilion status was extremely high, only inferior to Tai Hao Peak. They could predict the future and command the other 7 sections. Logically, there should not be any disciple from Heaven-Shaking Pavilion who wanted to enter Tai Hao Peak. Yes, Shueluoyu nodded. Tai Hao Peak's martial arts are extraordinary. If you combine the strengths of both sects, your martial arts will be earth-shattering. You might even have a chance to enter the great enlightened master's boundary. Chuli said thoughtfully, then who can compete with Heaven-Shaking Pavilion? They can predict the future, so it's easy for them to plot against other disciples. It's not that easy, Shueluoyu said. We all have treasures that can hide us from the future. It's not that easy to predict. Chuli could not help but laugh. I don't. So they can predict it? They underestimated your martial arts, Shueluoyu said. Chuli slowly shook his head. Chapter 2011. Zhao Haiyuan's cultivation level was shocking. He was at the top of the supreme class and was only slightly weaker than Chuli. Zhao Haiyuan should know that Chu Li's martial arts was inferior to Chu Li's, but he still came to assassinate Chu Li. This was a waste of time. Heaven-Shaking Tower always acted with a purpose. Chu Li pondered. He possessed the heavenly star Void Insight Art and had also absorbed enough star stones. He could isolate himself from others' deductions and escape from the mysteries of heaven. Zhao Haiyuan should not be able to deduce his movements and might not know that he was the one he was dealing with. In that case, Zhao Haiyuan could not predict him. That was why they encountered each other. Zhao Haiyuan also knew that he could not defeat Chu Li. He did not want to humiliate himself and acted decisively. That should be Heaven-Shaking Tower's destiny finger. Shueluoyu frowned. She could not feel the finger energy approaching, and it was invisible. It should be Heaven-Shaking Tower's destiny finger. It was a higher-level martial art than the Rainmaster Palace and could suppress the Rainmaster Palace. If she faced it herself, she might not be able to block the destiny finger. Chu Li was able to block it so easily. He was indeed Chu Li. Chu Li nodded. If I'm not wrong, it should be Zhao Haiyuan. Zhao Haiyuan? Shueluoyu frowned and scoffed. He should be participating in the Sword Conference of Forgetfulness. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. He's not even 30? Not yet, Shueluoyu said. He's a young talent of Heaven-Shaking Tower. He's 28 this year. Hey, this talent. Chu Li's face darkened. He was dissatisfied with Zhao Haiyuan. Although Zhao Haiyuan was responsible and took the initiative to fight after being schemed against, it could not make up for the fact that he killed more than 1,000 White Du Clan disciples. Zhao Haiyuan could not absolve himself from the blame for the incompetence of a general who exhausted the entire army. What happened last time was his fault. Shuel Oyu shook her head. But to Heaven's Shaking Tower, it's not a big deal. Everyone makes mistakes. Other than the Rain Master Palace, no one will blame him. Chu Li frowned. Heaven's Shaking Tower can command the other 7 divisions? Yes. Shuel Oyu nodded. Other than Heaven Peak, they can command the other 7 divisions. Then, doesn't everyone hold a grudge against the Heaven's Shaking Tower? Chu Li asked. Shuel Oyu shook her head. Chu Li, you're only looking at the mistakes he's made. In fact, the Heaven-Shaking Pavilion rarely makes mistakes. Most of the time, they're able to defeat stronger opponents and achieve a great victory. The Heaven-Shaking Pavilion's contributions can't go unnoticed as they've been able to resist the heavenly demons and Azuras all these years. Their prestige is extremely high. Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. It looked like their white Dew Hall was unlucky, encountering a time when the Heaven-Shaking Tower was in the wrong. Shuel Liu said, look on the bright side. The Heaven-Shaking Tower didn't do it on purpose. It's just that man proposes, God disposes. Who told Azura to send out even more powerful people? Chu Li sighed. I can't forgive my brothers who lost their lives. What he cared about even more was Zhao Haiyuan's attitude of not taking human lives seriously. Zhao Haiyuan treated human lives like ants, and he was indifferent and arrogant. Even if he'd caused the death of so many White Dew Hall disciples, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Shuel Liu said, everyone has their own fate. Who in a martial arts world can have a good end? Chu Li glanced at her. Shuel Liu said faintly, it's the same for me. Although my identity is different, I'm still in danger. I'm ranked 9th, but do you know that my brothers and sisters are no longer around? Chu Li was stunned. He really didn't know about this. Shuel Liu said, in the eyes of others, as the daughter of the temple leader, you must have a lot of protectors and be protected tightly, safe and secure. Chu Li nodded slowly. Shuel Liu scoffed softly. Unfortunately, no matter how tight the protectors are, it's useless. Chu Li sighed. If that's the case, it's really rare that the temple leader allowed you to participate in the sword meet of forgetfulness. Shuel Oyu shook her head. Father is an isolated cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to let me participate. Chu Li smiled bitterly. The temple leader will definitely not forgive me when he comes out. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Relying on protectors is never as good as relying on your own martial arts. Shuel Liu said faintly, I want to enter Tai Hao Peak. Only then will I truly have the ability to protect myself. Otherwise, I'll forever be useless. Chu Li suddenly said, the 9th princess wants to inherit the temple leader's position, right? Shuel Liu looked at him and nodded slowly. Her bright eyes flickered with a threatening light that could move one's soul. Chu Li sighed inwardly. Another Sun Minghua. It was obvious that Shuel Liu was also under a great deal of pressure. It was a pressure she placed on herself, and she did not want to disappoint her father. Will the Rain Master let a woman be the temple leader? Chu Li shook his head. I think it will be very difficult. Where there's a will, there's a way. Shuel Liu said, as long as my martial arts is strong enough, they have no choice but to obey. Chu Li could not help but laugh. Just like me, no matter how strong my martial arts is, it's impossible for me to enter the upper echelons of the Rain Master Temple. Chu Li, if I can become the temple leader, I'll let you be the deputy temple leader. What do you think? Shuel Liu said. Chu Li smiled. Is this a deal? The two of them chatted as they sped forward. The surrounding trees and rocks flew past them. It's a deal, Shuel Liu said. Chu Li smiled. All right, then it's a deal. Shuel Liu was quite a scheming person. He did not mind helping her since she was somewhat similar to Sun Minghua, but he wanted to be the temple leader himself. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible for him to do so. However, if Shuel Liu became the temple leader, as the deputy temple leader, as long as Shuel Liu relied on him, he could influence her decision. Shuel Liu said, as a woman, the first step for me to become the temple leader is Tai Hao Peak. Only by becoming a disciple of Tai Hao Peak will I be qualified to become the temple leader. Otherwise, I won't be able to succeed. Chu Li nodded. Are you confident? No. Shueluoyu shook her head. There are so many young talents in the world. I'm not confident at all. You can't help me with this, but no matter what, the most important thing is to arrive at the cliff of forgetfulness safely. Don't worry, we'll make it. Chu Li smiled. As they spoke, 3 figures floated out of the forest and formed a triangle in front of them. They were 3 elders in black robes. Their faces were gloomy, and they held long swords in their hands like spirit snakes. The swords swayed gently and emitted a cold light as if they were about to leave their hands and shoot toward Chu Li and Shueluoyu. Shueluoyu frowned. The city of 10,000 swords? Chu Li sighed. They might be targeting me. Guangjie from the city of 10,000 swords will also participate in the sword meet of forgetfulness, Shueluoyu said. Chu Li smiled. They were acquaintances. Chu Li, hand over the sky, killer sword. The round-faced elder in front spoke slowly with a cold voice. He did not look at Shueluoyu and only stared at Chu Li. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was looking at a dead man. Chu Li sighed. Do it. You can't escape. The round-faced elder said slowly. Chu Li smiled and unsheathed his sword. He had nothing to say to the city of 10,000 swords. He could kill anyone who came, but they were here to kill him. Shueluoyu said, They're really here for you. Be careful of their swords. Chu Li nodded slightly and stared at the 3 long swords that seemed to have a life of their own. What swords are these? Spirit snake sword, Shueluoyu said. It said that they're forged with the blood of a spirit snake. They're incredibly fast and impossible to defend against. Swoosh! The 3 cold lights instantly appeared in front of Chu Li. It was indeed impossible to defend against. Chapter 2012. Chu Li disappeared from where he was and reappeared behind one of the elders in the next moment. Then, he lightly struck his back with his palm. The elder flew out with a bang and twisted his body in the air. He was as flexible as a snake as he bent his waist and placed his head and feet together. Then, his body suddenly turned around and flew backward, shooting towards Chu Li again. The other 2 elders did the same thing as well. The 3 swords were like 3 venomous snakes coming out of their holes. They attacked in a triangular formation and reached Chu Li's chest in an instant. Chu Li frowned. His palm strike earlier was slippery. Chu Li knew that the elder was wearing treasured clothing and had a strange body-tuning technique. His body was like a spirit snake and seemed to have scales that could deflect any force. Not only did it deflect pure force, but it also deflected Chu Li's palm energy into thin air. It was rare to see such a solid and overbearing supreme Vajra palm. Spirit snake sword, Shueluoyu quickly said. Chu Li asked, Is the spirit snake sword one of the 9 swords of the city of 10,000 swords? Chu Li moved backward to avoid the tip of the sword as he asked. Shueluoyu replied, It's not one of the 9 swords, but it's not to be underestimated. Its power is only inferior to the 9 swords. They're one with the spirit snake sword, so it's difficult to hurt them. Instead, you have to be careful of their strange techniques. As soon as she finished speaking, the tip of the spirit snake's sword extended as if the sword had suddenly lengthened, making it impossible for Chu Li to avoid it. A golden light suddenly appeared outside Chu Li's body. TSS. The tip of the sword paused, as if it had stabbed something invisible. Chu Li disappeared from where he was and reappeared behind the 3 elders. Then, he struck with his palm again. This time, he used the rotating will palm to hit the back of one of the elders. The old man twisted his body, wanting to dispel the force, but he found that the originally solid palm energy had suddenly disappeared. He was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, the palm energy that had disappeared reappeared, and it was even more tyrannical. In an instant, it hit solidly. Bang! The elder flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. The expressions of the other 2 elders changed. They stabbed their swords backward at an even faster speed. The tip of their swords instantly reached Chu Li's chest. However, Chu Li was even faster. He disappeared in a flash and reappeared next to them in the next moment. Then, he attacked with both his left and right palms. The rotating wheel palm alternated between illusion and reality. The two elders used the spirit serpent technique to deflect the force and coincidentally met with their opponent. The yin and yang changes of the rotating wheel palm only took a single thought. Before they could react, they were already hit squarely. Both of them spat out an arrow of blood in the air, and when they landed on the ground, they kept spitting out blood. Chu Li had obtained the complete inheritance of the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture. While he was condensing the chakram pagoda, he had unknowingly cultivated the chakram palm to an extremely profound level. He was especially proficient in transformations. Yin and yang were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and they could be transformed into each other with just a single thought. It was impossible to guard against them. After the three old men were hit by the palm force was endless, constantly transforming and generating each other. Unless there was an extremely strong inner force that could restrain it, the palm force would continue to work until they died. Shuai Liu stared at him blankly. She didn't expect the famous spirit snake sword of the city of 10,000 swords to be so vulnerable. It was broken by him in just a few moves. Moreover, it seemed like it was seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. It was as if its life was in his hands. She sighed to herself. Chu Li's martial arts was indeed worthy of its reputation. She didn't know how he managed to cultivate it, but it was simply shocking. Chu Li's expression turned serious. He slowly looked at the forest on the other side of the road and said, "Come out." Chu Li. A burst of clear laughter was heard. Then, a handsome middle-aged man floated down from the treetop and landed in front of the two. His body suddenly swayed and turned into a ghostly shadow that swept past the three elders. Bang! 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 He hit them 3 times in a row. The three elders looked up and spat out a mist of blood. They fell limply to the ground, motionless. It was as if their bones had been removed. Their martial arts had been crippled. Chu Li squinted his eyes and smiled as he shook his head. "Why did you do this? Your palm energy is really vicious. I had no choice but to resort to this." The handsome middle-aged man was dressed in a blue tunic. He looked carefree and calm. He shook his head and sighed. They can cultivate again even if their martial arts are crippled. It's better than losing their lives. Chu Li smiled. If I found someone with pure inner energy, they might be able to get rid of my palm energy. Why did I have to act so hastily? If I delayed for a while, their lives would be in danger. The handsome middle-aged man shook his head. Chu Li, you're too vicious. Chu Li laughed. Why should I be merciful to someone who wants to kill me? The city of 10,000 swords requirements are too high. No one who the city of 10,000 swords wants to kill can escape. The handsome middle-aged man said, Chu Li, do you think you can escape the city of 10,000 swords pursuit by entering the Hall of Rainmaster? Chu Li said, It seems that the city of 10,000 swords isn't afraid of the Hall of Rainmaster. I'm impressed. The Hall of Rainmaster is just a facade. The handsome middle-aged man said, If you can enter the heaven-shaking tower, the city of 10,000 swords will have some fear. As for the Hall of Rainmaster, he shook his head as he said, You can't escape death. Chu Li sighed. Why waste your breath? Just do it. Let me see the true power of the city of 10,000 swords. Very well. The handsome middle-aged man said, I want to see what you're capable of. As he finished speaking, he pressed on his long sword. An awe-inspiring aura rushed towards him like an unsheathed divine sword stabbing at his head. He could not help but want to avoid it. Chu Li stood steadily with his hand on the sky-killing sword. Shuai Liu could not help but take 2 steps back to avoid the edge. She was shocked. This middle-aged man had a powerful cultivation level. She wondered which master he was from the city of 10,000 swords. There were many masters in the city of 10,000 swords. Although it was not as famous as the Hall of Rainmaster, its true strength might not be inferior to the Hall of Rainmaster. The Hall of Raymaster had gradually declined over the past 100 years. Naturally, the city of 10,000 swords did not take it seriously. Chuli frowned. Sky-killing technique. The handsome middle-aged man cultivated the sky-killing technique. Although his aura was different for what he cultivated, it was definitely the sky-killing technique. He did not expect the city of 10,000 swords to have someone who cultivated the sky-killing technique. Let's see if my sky-killing technique is stronger or yours. The handsome middle-aged man said. Chuli shook his head and smiled. You don't have the sky-killing sword. This sword is called Heaven Shocking. The handsome middle-aged man patted the scabbard and said, its sharpness is not inferior to the 9 swords. As he finished speaking, he slowly pulled out the sword. Suddenly, a strange aura filled the air. Chuli felt the air around him become dense. It was as if the void was locked. Everything became extremely heavy. He wanted to move, but his movements were slow. Chuli's expression changed. He did not expect the handsome middle-aged man's sky-killing technique to be stronger than his. He burned his life force even more. He wanted to avoid the sword, but he could not. He could only watch as the tip of the sword slashed towards him. The heavenly star insight and omniscient mirror worked hard to find a chance of survival. He then activated the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. The shadow of the wheel pagoda flashed around his body and disappeared. All the strange aura in the wheel pagoda poured into Chuli's body, allowing him to break free when the tip of the sword was about to touch him. The sky-killing sword instantly touched the tip of the heaven-shocking sword. Ding! Chuli flew out and spat out a blood arrow in the air. He crashed into several ancient trees. These ancient trees were thick enough for 2 people to hug and towered into the sky. However, they were like paper when they came into contact with Chuli. They were uprooted and sent flying. Chapter 2013. Chuli turned to look at Shuelayu and whispered, Ninth Princess, you should leave first. Shuelayu frowned. What's going on? I used the Sky Killer too much. Chuli shook his head. Looks like the city of 10,000 swords is determined to kill me this time. Is there danger? Shuelayu looked at his serious expression and whispered, Is there any danger to your life? It's hard to say. Chuli said, Ninth Princess, you should leave first. I have nothing to worry about. It's fine for me to watch from aside. Shuelayu said, Is the city of 10,000 swords trying to kill you because of the Sky Killer? Chuli nodded. Shuelayu was obviously a person with a strong mind, and he could not change her mind. Moreover, Shuelayu's eyes were bright and unusually curious. She would definitely stay and watch the show, thinking that the city of 10,000 swords would not kill her. Chuli sighed. They might not show mercy if they're in a killing frenzy. Shuelayu shook her head. Don't worry, I have a way to protect myself. You just have to take care of yourself. Chuli nodded. The handsome middle-aged man had turned into a decrepit old man, but his movements were light, as if he was being carried by the wind as he slowly walked towards Chuli. The 2 of them were only 4 steps apart. When their gazes met, it was as if sparks were flying in the air. Chuli sighed. You can't use the Sky Killer anymore. It's good that you were able to break my sword. The handsome man said slowly. His voice was hoarse, completely different from the voice he used before. It was the voice of an old man, hoarse and weak. Try taking my sword again. As he spoke, he slowly stabbed his sword again. His body suddenly shone brightly, as if a sun had fallen in front of him. The Sky Killer turned into a light sword. One could only see the light, but not the blade. Chuli could only feel an endless force surging towards him, immobilizing him. In front of this force, an individual's strength was insignificant. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his back. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to resist it. The power in the wheel pagoda had already been exhausted. He could no longer struggle free from the heaven-slaughtering sword's power. Furthermore, the power of this sword was incomparable to the previous sword. Even with the wheel pagoda, he would not be able to struggle free. This time, death seemed to be right in front of him. He was about to die under this sword. There was no way to avoid it. He could only watch helplessly as the sword of light swept over and was about to stab his chest. His eyes flickered, his white robe fluttered without any wind, his hair fluttered. The heaven-slaughtering sword at his waist slowly unsheathed, his movements calm and unhurried, lightly colliding with the tip of the heaven-shocking sword. Ding! There was a clear chime like the light chime of a bell. The melodious and sweet-sounding voice floated in the sky, spreading far and wide and not dispersing. Shueyu only felt that her blood and chi were surging as if they were out of control, rising and falling with the tremor of the clear sound. As the clear sound gradually faded away, her blood and chi also gradually calmed down, but a stream of blood had already gushed out of the corner of her mouth. She forcefully swallowed the blood, took a deep breath, and stared at Chu Li and the old man. The tip of the sword collided with the tip of the sword, but did not separate. The two maintained a motionless posture like statues. She frowned at the old man and then looked at Chu Li, not knowing who won and who lost. Pum! The old man slowly fell to the ground. He had already breathed his last without a sound. Then, a green flame gushed out of his body with a bang. The flame expanded in the blink of an eye and wrapped around his corpse, turning it into a fireball. In just a few breaths, his corpse disappeared completely. Not even ashes were left. The heaven-shocking sword fell to the ground, turning into broken swords. Chu Li sighed and looked at the broken sword with pity. Not only did the heaven-slaughtering sword need to be hard enough, but there was also a strange aura circulating around the sword. This strange aura was the key. No matter how hard and sharp the heaven-slaughtering sword was, without this strange aura, it could not withstand the backlash of fully activating the heaven-slaughtering technique. This heaven-slaughtering sword was indeed a divine weapon, but unfortunately, in the hands of a cultivator of the heaven-slaughtering technique, it was destined to not have a good ending. Chu Liu? Shueluoyu looked at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li looked down at his skinny hands, then touched his frowning face. He shook his head and sighed. The backlash of the heaven-slaughtering technique will heal after a while. At this critical moment, his cultivation of the heaven-slaughtering technique broke through a level, releasing almost all of his lifespan in one blow. In the end, he did not have much lifespan left. If he was not in the Outland, he would have died in the lower realm. He felt weak, and the aura of decay filled his body. He could not get rid of it, even with the life and death scripture. This was the power of lifespan of heaven and earth, and it could not be changed. In Shueluoyu's eyes, Chu Li had turned into a frail old man. His hair was white like snow, and his skin was like an old tree. Even his eyes were dim and yellow, not as good as the handsome middle-aged man from before. It was as if a gust of wind could blow him down, and the fire of life was like a candle in the wind, going out at any time. Can you really recover? Shueluoyu asked. Chu Li nodded. What about now? Shueluoyu frowned. Do you need a spirit pill? As she spoke, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chu Li. This is the soul rain pill. It can save a person's life. Try it. Thank you. Chu Li slowly extended his skinny left palm and smiled. It's all right. I'll be fine after some rest. The Soul Rain pill was an amazing spirit pill. It could bring the dead back to life, and it was rare even in the Rainmaster's Hall. As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle and poured out a crystal-clear spirit pill. It was about the size of a fingernail, perfectly round and flawless. It looked like a condensed water droplet, shining brightly. He put it directly into his mouth. Suddenly, a warm breath entered his internal organs and nourished them. He could not help but feel refreshed. This Soul Rain pill was refined from dozens of spirit herbs, and it was the essence of spirit herbs. Unfortunately, although this pill was wonderful, it could not condense the lifespan of these spirit herbs, so it was not of much help to his situation. However, it could provide a large amount of spirit energy to support him for a little longer. Are you feeling better? Shueluoyu stared at him without blinking. Chu Li nodded. Much better. I'll need a rest for a few hours. No problem. There's no rush. Shueluoyu said. We've already set off in advance. There's more than enough time on the road. Chuli smiled. I hope I didn't delay the ninth princess. Why don't we just teleport there? The road to the Cliff of Forgetfulness is a rare opportunity to train. Shueluoyu shook her head. My cultivation will improve after surviving these assassinations. Chuli frowned and shook his head. These assassinations were too dangerous. If he wanted to train, he could wait until his martial arts became stronger. There was no need to train on the road to the Cliff of Forgetfulness. This reason was too far-fetched. Shueluoyu sighed. This is the rule of the sword meat of forgetfulness. You can't directly teleport to the Cliff of Forgetfulness. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to participate in the meet. Chuli asked, how do I know if I teleported or walked there? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.